Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of the LGBT plus college conference. My name is Dr. Shane McCoy. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs. I'll just wait until the music stops. I don't like that this microphone isn't extending. I don't think it'll pick up my voice. Oh wait, yeah, it will. Awesome. Awesome. So welcome everyone. As I said, my name is Dr. Shane McCoy. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs. Just a few things before we get started this morning. The dates for the 2023 conference are already established, and that will be April 13th to the 15th. So that is the weekend, according to Will, after Easter. And then the second really important thing is to, if you need coffee and water, they are in the back. So please drink coffee and water because apparently there's a lot of it. So welcome, happy Saturday. Just a few things to remind you of before we get started this morning. Make sure you use your pronouns and obviously make sure you give other people the respect and use their pronouns as well. Second, this event is being simulcast on Zoom. So we cannot guarantee you that you will not appear in the Zoom, and we cannot guarantee you that you will not be photographed. Okay, so just FYI. I would like to thank our supporting sponsors. Our main sponsor, presenting sponsor is Nissan. And we also have conference champions, which is Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, Deloitte, MTSU Institutional Equity and Compliance, our conference allies with Dell. We have neighborhood sponsors, Connect, Fifth Third Bank, Focus, MTSU College of Liberal Arts, MTSU College of Media and Entertainment, the Vice President for Student Affairs, Tennessee Human Rights Commission, and the Albert Gore Research Center. So just a few things to highlight what we have coming up today. We have our primary keynote, or opening remarks from Selena Hayes. That's coming up at 9 o'clock, so in just a few moments. And then we have a plenary discussion with me and panelists. After that, during that particular time, we will ask that people come up and share personal reflections on taking the next step. So we will be actively seeking volunteers. No pressure, Nova and Patrick. And then after that, at 10:45, we have our LGBT plus keynote by Dr. Marissa Richmond. And then we will have lunch around 12. And then this afternoon, we have two items on the list. It is a mindfulness meditation workshop, which I will be really excited for. And then at 3:30, there's an issues summit out in academia. And then finally, our last event this evening is at 7 p.m. It is the awards dinner, and we invite all of you to attend the awards dinner if you are able to come. So again, thank you all for joining us. I think that's it for the announcements. Oh yeah, other things. Will has lots of things for me to say. Oh, two other things I want to be mindful of. There are exhibits in the lobby, including a panel from the AIDS quilt and a sample from the Black Lesbian Archives, which was a part of the presentation in the days yesterday. Be sure to check those out whenever you have a moment. And then finally is giving feedback on the conference. We really appreciate feedback that you would offer us. And it can be reached from the menu on the left side of the screen on the conference webpage. So when your attendance is complete, please submit an evaluation of the conference, and it just helps us plan for the upcoming year. So, all right, I think we are ready. Let's see. Oh, 1 minute. That's really good. Awesome. So I will go ahead and pass the mic off to Selena Hayes. So Selena, if you will come.
sold out crowd today, isn't it? Yeah, let's break the ice. You're all quiet. Well, good morning. There we go. Good morning. Yeah, let's wake up. It's going to be a wonderful, fun day of interaction. So got to get you guys interacting. So I am Selena Haynes. I am the co-founder and CEO of Connect Media Group. We are an LGBTQ plus based brand here in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. We started our magazine and brand back in 2020, conceptualized it and started it and launched it. So we've been doing pretty well, all things considered. Very excited to be here today, share all kind of information with you about, well, I don't know, myself, maybe you. How was game night? Did you guys go to game night? Did some people lose? Is that why they're not here today? Okay, all right, yeah, still trying to break that ice a little bit. So. But you had a couple of days now of jam-packed information that was just, it was great stuff, right? Thank you. Thank you, appreciate that. Right there, the winner. Anyways, so I loved being here yesterday. I got to see the Archivettes documentary. That was just awesome. The Herstory project, so on and so forth. That kind of correlates with what we do with Connect as far as the stories go, because all of our stories are normally about local people doing great things for the community. Maybe it's about events that are coming up for the community. And it's not just LGBTQ focused. We also look at our allies, and because we want to show those people as well, because they are, you know, they're part of our backbone too, when it comes to a lot of things like the slate of hate up on the legislation, up on the the Hill up in Nashville. If any of you are from this area, like, are you all from Tennessee? Do we have anybody from out of state or anything? One person from out of state. What state are you from? Oh, you're from San Diego's a state? California. Okay, good. Okay, gotcha. Yes, we're gonna have to send you back to kindergarten or something there for a second. So yeah, Tennessee, of course, you know, and I'm not gonna harp on this a lot because I don't want this to be a negative day by any means, but if you get a chance to get involved and with Tennessee Equality Project to help them fight the slate of hate, please do so. They have a pretty good, strong game plan when they go up there to lobby against these bills that are out, that are anti-LGBT. There's about like 23 of them in our state this year alone. And so sign the petitions, make the calls, so on and so forth. Make sure you are registered to vote in your county of where you reside, okay? Because if you're not, then you can't vote here. If you don't live here, don't have a voter's card here. So make sure all that's good stuff, because voting starts in May this year in some places. So we want to make sure we get some good people in place that aren't going to put forth all these bad laws, okay? I'm not going to harp on that, like I said, a lot, because I just want to make sure you guys are up to date on some of those things. These are things I'm passionate about. And I know today is going to be a lot about, well, personal reflections, experiences from what we've had in the past. And one of, I guess, for me, in my experiences, you know, I'm 48, believe it or not. And, you know, y'all can laugh at that. So, yeah, that's okay. Anyways, so in my era, when I came out, it wasn't a bad, I mean, it was still bad, you know, according to people in the Bible Belt, of course. But it was also one of those situations where it wasn't as bad as it could have been, as what people have had it in the past, in the 60s, in the 70s, so on and so forth. So we're getting better every time, each year, I think. And I think, you know, the ones who make the loudest noise are usually the ones who have the smallest amount of people behind them. So always kind of keep that in mind as well. So a lot of my experiences when I first started coming out was kind of similar to some that you may have heard yesterday. You didn't want to tell anybody. You would always do things secretively, things like that. But I had a group of friends that I guess I came out with them. Basically, you know, they were out, they were comfortable, they were confident. And then here I come and they just brought me into their fold. So, you know, a lot of people say, hey, find your tribe. Well, I found my tribe. I was about 21 when I came out, or 22, no, maybe more than that, probably about 24. I'm at 48, my brain, you know, what can I say? But I would actually go to a little club in Jackson called The Other Side. Fun little, just hole in the wall, little gay bar. And right across, well, not right across, but in another part of the city where there were two other bars. One of them was called Cody's Country Western Line Dancing Bar. And the other one was Gilligan's or something, you know, more like hip hop, pop, whatever. But I would go with my friends to Cody's and say, oh, I'm gonna go over to Gilligan's. But I get in my car and I go to The Other Side. And I started doing that a couple of times. And then finally, it just got to the point where, screw it, I'm going out to the other side. And that's where I went. I wouldn't go to Cody's or Gilligan's. So, you know, for me, it became a comfortability factor. Once I kind of got out of my comfort zone, I started becoming more of who I was. I met my tribe, like I said, and gosh, had tons of experiences since then. And I would say now that I am probably more comfortable in my skin than I've ever been. Pardon me while I get some water. My mouth does get a little dry. My wife is over here. Her name is Lauren. Hey, Lauren. Oh, yeah. Clap, clap. Well, I never thought I'd ever be married. My gosh. It was always, I guess, you know, whatever. I didn't want kids. I didn't need a wife, you know, whatever. You know, I'm a lesbian. It's not like we can go legally do it anyways. But then when everything started coming around and started learning more and more about the importance of it being more than just civil union, I realized that, you know, no, this is, you know, people just should have that right. And then I met her and I'm like, oh, wow. Yeah. We need our rights to be married, you know? So we were actually married on June 9th, officially in the state of Illinois, because it wasn't legal federally just yet. Which June 9th happens to be, ironically, the same anniversary that my mom and dad had. So I thought this must be, you know, a blessing for my dad. He had passed away in 2012. I think we got married, 2014, officially. And we also did an unofficial wedding earlier that year. But it was a very significant, important day for us. And Monday is the 11th? Monday is I don't know if we consider that our first anniversary, second anniversary. We celebrate 2 or 3 times a year because we met and started dating in January one year. And then in April, we got married unofficially, had a get together. And then in June, we were officially married. So we kind of celebrate throughout the year like that. I think it's important to celebrate all things, the small things, the big things. So don't ever think that whatever you did is not significant enough. Okay. Pat yourselves on the back right now. Yeah, you're here. You got up this morning. Yeah, I see a couple people participating. All right. So now I need you all to kind of get up. Wow, what power this is. Look at that. I love it. Are y'all not gonna get up in the back? That's okay if you don't. I think they're ignoring me. I just wanted you to get up, get your blood moving, because I know it's going to be a long day, right? So I didn't want anything really. You can sit down. You didn't get up back there, did you? Oh, they just wanted some special attention. Okay, you're good. You're good. So talk to me. What have you guys liked about the conference so far? The connections. Who have you connected with?
So people at Volunteer State Community College, NTSU, Nashville State Community College, a bunch of different institutions to figure out what they're doing.
Mhm.
So I'm at the system office level.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out how can I help everyone.
Right.
So it's great to have those little connections everywhere, figure out
Mhm.
what's working with it.
Wonderful. So you get to examine all those best practices out there. I love it. That's fantastic. Anybody else want to contribute here? It's okay. See, this is part of, you know, kind of maybe you're just shy in general or whatever. When I was younger, I was extremely shy as well and wouldn't hardly say anything, but I mean, you kind of tell that I'm not that way anymore. So you kind of can't be that way in my profession because a lot of what I do is about networking. And, so you've been hearing a lot about the corporate side. The other part of this is, some small business side of it. I represent small business essentially. We have a contracted employee who does all of our design on our magazine and a few ads and things of that nature. And then we have volunteer writers that will write, things like that. But as far as actual employees, we have no employees other than the contracted person. Now, that's not to say one day we won't have it, but from a small business perspective, a lot of small businesses will not have diversity and inclusion programs. Have you guys ever had any kind of experiences with small businesses and run into issues where you didn't feel comfortable? Yeah, would you care to share? Just feeling safe, right? Not familiar with the people. After you've been there a while, did you feel safer? You realized that they weren't that kind of company. Did you eventually leave, or for those of you who may not have heard, she was just talking about working for a small business, not feeling safe from the moment she walked in. And then after being there a while, realizing that, they're not an affirming and accepting company. So those are out there. They're it's for sure that they're out there. Unfortunately, there's not like a corporate equality index for small businesses. But there might be something that's out there. But I know there was a survey that was put out a few years back, where Murfreesboro was on that list, and they can score anything remotely near. They were like total zeros across the board with anything that involved diversity and inclusion. But that's Murfreesboro. Who else from Rutherford County or Murfreesboro in here? You're from? Okay. All right, cool. Actually lived here for a while, huh? I've been here since 2005, roughly. Moved down here in 2007 or 8, I believe. And my jobs that I've had, I've worked for corporations like T-Mobile. They have great diversity and inclusion practices there. And I also worked for a little small, nameless, we'll say it's a nameless little proprietary college. But they definitely did not have diversity and inclusion practices. I was out there. And as a matter of fact, when I had my wedding, a couple of people actually, several people showed. They were very supportive of me in that respect. So for that particular campus, it wasn't that bad. But the whole organization as a whole, it wasn't necessarily very welcoming, I would say. And I always just felt odd anyways, like I stood out like a sore thumb, Nobody likes to do that, but sometimes you just have to. Because if you're going to be the change, or if you want something to change, you got to be the change. So, when I leave here today, I hope I've motivated you all to be the change a little bit. Hopefully you'll, stand up next time somebody says stand up. Not because they're forcing you to, but just because you're going to step out of that comfort zone or something like that. Or maybe you'll speak up next time. I think it's important that you learn to do those things. It comes with time. And I think with me, I developed a no nonsense kind of attitude over the years after seeing so many things. I can't say that I personally have ever experienced anything that has been, negative or hateful, demeaning toward me as a lesbian. Not directly. Now, indirectly, quite possibly so. And I'm sure there may have been people, talking, but people are going to talk. So whatever, but I know that's not the case for everybody. And my hope is that we will get to that point one day when that is the case for everybody, that you won't have to worry about, what somebody may think about you. And I think that's where it may not ever get that way for the entire world, but I hope that it gets that way for individuals, for you all. To be strong individuals, to not worry about what these people are saying, and to, be yourself, bring your authentic selves to work, so on and so forth. I know with, going back to small business, let me see here. We got 5 more minutes, don't we? Y'all need to talk more. Y'all don't want to talk any? Um, I know Dr. Richmond will be up today talking about experiences too. Let me tell you, Dr. Richmond has been a wealth of resources for me. I've learned so much from her and her speaking engagements and just, asking questions in general. So make sure you make your contacts in your network, your networking contacts, like you had mentioned earlier, your connections. It's important that you do that. So I wouldn't be where I am right now if I hadn't made connections. We started going to Nashville LGBT Chamber meetings back in 2017 for another company. And I met a ton of people and they just welcomed me with open arms. And that was the piece I had been missing for my entire career. And I was not ever happy in my career choices and the jobs that I had had. And didn't even cross my mind about diversity and inclusion back then. They say, you need to get woke. Well, I got woke finally. And I'm like, oh my gosh, why do I have my blinders on? And I think a lot of people may have blinders on sometimes, but then some people just can't have blinders on. You're forced into those situations where you aren't, you have to take the bull by its horns, basically. But with the chamber and being happier in my situations, I actually had gone through a lot of depression and anxiety for a long time when I was in a lot of these other places. I mean, it's okay to talk about it, right? When talking about mental health yesterday and medical health as well, it's very important that you take care of yourselves. And that's one thing that, I started doing. I started taking care of myself and things started to fall into place. And sometimes it's not so easy, But speaking of health, I'm going to pitch this as well. One of the things that we're doing with our company, we're going to be putting on events for the LGBTQ community based on surveys and feedback that we've put out and other surveys that are out there, like the Community Marketing Insight Survey. If you're not familiar with that, they do an annual survey. There's actually, they have theirs out for the next year now. So go to their website and take their survey. I don't know the website name, but it's Community Marketing Insights. And I believe this will be the 16th annual survey. But they want to hear your voice. That way they can talk to companies and tell you what you really want, what you really need. So, pardon me. Back to the events. Based on all these surveys and other data that we've gathered, one of the top items or events that people said that they wanted to have or see was a health fair where they could find inclusive providers for themselves. So we're hosting a health fair. It's going to be on April 30th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We need volunteers. So if anybody would like to volunteer, you can come on out. We can probably get you a free shirt at some point. We got to order those, but we're going to have a whole slew of organizations there. Vanderbilt University is going to be there. There, folks. They're actually going to be doing a variety of tests, basic screenings, and then I've kind of got it in a pipeline. In the pipeline, TSU is going to be there with their dental hygiene program, doing oral cancer screenings, providing free dental items and things of that nature. We've got somebody there who's an esthetician. Can't believe I said that word, esthetician. I'm not good with that word. Oh, like who else are we going to have there, Lauren? Lots of providers. You're no help, anyways. But I can totally understand why you would want to have access to healthcare. I had a doctor for a little while there who was, her sister is a lesbian. She told me right off the bat because I felt comfortable talking to her about it. And that's the thing, you want to have somebody in your life when it comes to mental or medical health that you just feel comfortable with. So if you haven't found that person, keep searching. Don't stop until you have found who you want, So that's part of why we're having the health fair, so that we can actually open that up for people to come and maybe find somebody that is good for them. So, well, my time is about up. I'm sorry if I've, put you all back to sleep. There is coffee out there. I don't know if it's very strong, but you can try it out. Yeah, tough crowd. I mean, Will, how do you handle tough crowds? Oh, man, I don't have a comeback. That's unusual. First time for everything. Anyways, I love you too, Will. Hey, I hope you guys have a great final day at the conference. Hope you'll see you later on today and at the award center tonight. If you have any questions, feel free to come up and ask me or talk to me or whatever. Without further ado, I'm gonna hand it back over to Dr. McCoy. And we're gonna get our, I think, the next panel started. Thank you.
On behalf of the conference planners, supporters, and MT Lambda, the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences, and the Conference Advisory Board, we would like to thank Selena for her continued support and efforts to present this worthwhile event. We want to especially thank you for your commitment to taking the next step, and we ask that you accept this small token of our appreciation. So thank you so much, Selena.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Check it out. I may have bombed, but I got an award anyway, right? So there.
All right, so we will take a short 10-minute break, right? One other thing I forgot to mention was the health fair that Selena is mentioning. There is a flyer in your bags that you should have received on the April 30th health fair, so please do check those out. But we will take a short break, and then our next events, whoops. Oh, somebody folded the thing. Oh, no. Yeah, so our next event is at 9:30. I will be leading personal reflections on taking the next step. So we invite you all to come back at 9:30 and hopefully you will volunteer to discuss. So see you all then. You have 8 minutes. Test. Oh. Oh, it's muted. Okay, now it's on. Awesome. Oh, you have the magic touch. Why? I would just keep it unmuted as long as the battery doesn't. Okay. Well, you're assuming I have a filter. I don't, especially when they give me a microphone.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We will get started with our next event, which is a plenary, there we go. A plenary discussion with folks who wish to share in their reflections and their stories from the conference. So we've already had a few people that have volunteered for the panel. So if y'all will come up and I will. No pressure, but if anybody else wants to come up to be on the panel. We promise it won't be this year's snatch game of RuPaul's Drag Race where you all do poorly. All right, so this panel is for just taking a moment to simply reflect, or an hour to reflect on taking the next step, what that means for you. So before we begin, let's introduce our contestants on The Price is Right. So Patrick, if you want to.
Ooh, I am here. Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Patrick Pyatt. Pronouns are he, him. Work for the Tennessee Board of Regents. I'm a master's student here. I think that pretty much covers everything.
I'm Nova Dieter. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm an undergrad student here, and I will be graduating in like 28 days. I don't know how many, but
Yay. And I am Dr. Shane McCoy, if we haven't met. I am the General Education English Program Coordinator. And I'm also a lecturer in the English department, and I'm on the advisory board this year and your current day host for today.
My name's Adam Levy. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a junior here at MTSU and the president of MT Lambda.
Oh, we're working, yay. My name's Kirsty Boyd. I am she, her, and I am an MT alumni and I currently work at Nashville State.
Awesome. So I had no idea I was hosting this panel until yesterday. So yeah, I don't really have anything prepared for us, but what I want us to do is simply reflect on your experience, very much what Selena, you were doing in your opening remarks. Just basically reflect on your experience so far. What has resonated with you as conference participants? And also just think of what you intend to do after the conference. Oh, we have a special guest, everyone. Is it RuPaul?
We can
No.
only hope. Oh, I can keep, oh, okay. Okay, cool. So like I was saying, just start with general reflections. What has resonated with you as a conference participant? And then think about what next steps do you intend to take. So this is intention setting. So we'll start with Patrick. Beautiful. So I would say probably one of the most impactful things this entire time, like I've made a lot of connections and it's been really great. But yesterday, the sermon from Vincent really hit me and really resonated with me. It was very powerful. And it made me reflect inward on, am I hiding things within myself when I'm in work or whether I'm in a social setting? Am I being my true authentic self in all of these environments, or am I trying to hide things so that people will not judge or not offer me the opportunities that I'm seeking? Because I'm very ambitious. I have an ambition gremlin somewhere that's going to push me to do things. So I want to make sure that people aren't off-put by who I am. So in his sermon yesterday, where he was focusing on pushing forward, just being your authentic self at all times, I was looking at, what do I do for work? Am I in every situation being inclusive of everyone and just incorporating inclusive practices, even if those people I'm with have that privilege, still someone in that audience may not recognize that yet. So having that impact as soon as possible and as early as possible can be very impactful. So I look at that when I do different meetings with different schools around the state, or whether I'm just having conversations with people, bringing in the pronouns discussion, which I know is kind of scary because I work very closely in my office with state legislators. So it gets a little touchy on those things. But at the same time, I can't be apologetic for being me. And I think that's my biggest takeaway from this entire time is authenticity. It doesn't matter the situation. I should not be apologizing for myself. It's someone else's in their mind is the issue. It's not me.
I would probably say one of the bigger things that I took away in my somewhat limited participation in this conference, because I have had to work the past couple of days, but it was nice getting to be on Dr. McCoy's panel yesterday about vulnerability and hearing what Vincent said and watching a little bit of the archivettes was really nice and helping me reflect on a lot of the growth that I've had in the past few years and how I can carry some of that with me moving forward out of college and into more of the real world.
So based on like a lot of, I guess, common themes that I've noticed throughout the panels and discussions, I feel like I've always known that it's important to share stories and like just kind of be yourself so other people can see the representation and see that we are here and that they have like the safe space. But one thing I noticed is when I came to college, I kind of like was too scared to be myself because of other people's judgments. But I guess my takeaway is that it's more important to just kind of be myself so that other people can know that like I'm here, and then they can learn from me, or like know that I'm a resource. And so I think that's sort of what I've taken away from it.
I really liked the one yesterday that was bring your whole self to work. That was a really interesting take to hear, because so much of the experience that I've had is that you bring a personality to work, and that's who you are at work. But when you leave, you could be someone else. I think we're coming into a time where you can bring that whole personality to work, and it's more open door. It's more, this is who I am here and in my off hours. And it was great to hear that.
Awesome. So we have a special guest from Dr. LaToya Eves. Dr. Eves, would you like to address the question that we have for the panel, which is what has resonated with you as a conference participant, and thinking about how you see yourself taking up the next step in your own life and work? Oh, no. Okay, so we'll come back to that. I actually want to revisit what Patrick said about having to, not to put you on the spot, but to toe the line, so to speak, with state legislators. So could you say more without obviously revealing too much, but something is, could you give us like an example of like how that comes up for you?
So at the system office level, we have, of course, the chancellor, executive vice chancellor, all the different vice chancellors for all the different areas. And that's where the primary communication is between state legislators, and it's our own advocacy efforts. We are the ones that look through all of our community colleges, all of our Tennessee colleges of applied technology, and we try to find where are the barriers, where are we missing something, where do we need funding, where can we help a student? And then we go and try to find legislators that help with that. But at the same time, those little emails that we send to each other within our own little groups, like I'm in the Office of Student Success. So those emails that I'm sending to my vice chancellor, to my supervisor, that's then going to the vice chancellor, if those get passed along, a legislator is going to see that. And I have to be cognizant of what I am putting in that email, because I don't want to put something that a legislator is going to see and then go, oh, that exists in this state. Ooh, we need to get rid of that one. So I have to be very knowledgeable of how am I approaching this to where we're still getting what we need without stepping on the toes of what they believe. And it's a difficult balance. It's something we have to work through every day. I'm fortunate enough, I don't have to talk to the legislators really at all. There's occasional situations, but not very frequent. But I'm the one who has to go to my vice chancellor and say, here's what we need, and here's what we're missing. So I do still have some of those conversations. I don't know if that answered what you were looking for or not.
Yeah, I think it did.
Okay.
I was thinking more of, have there been specific incidences where you've like had to do that explicitly in the most current like legislative cycle?
There have been instances, but I don't want to share them.
Okay, that's what I was asking. We'll spill the tea later. Just kidding. So how do each of you, so something that Adam brought up in your reflection is seeing yourself as a resource for other people. So I kind of want to pose that to our panelists today is, how do you envision yourself as a resource for other people? And then, you know, what are some cases where you've actually applied that resource building in your own life, either personal or academic or professional?
I can go first again. I don't mind. I love talking to a microphone. So looking at what all I do, how I exhibit my own leadership is very personality. I want to know you personally. I want to get to be comfortable around everyone, know what's going on in your life. And it's Part of it is I genuinely want to know who you are. I want to know how you are. Want to know what you need. The other part of it is very strategic in trying to get you to open up with me so that I can understand on a deeper level what you need. Of course, I don't go around going, oh, do you know what that person said? Let's talk about it. I don't do that stuff, but still just want to know what's going on so I can advocate for it better. And I think that that's really been an impact at the system level, because so we do have a working group that's looking at these issues right now. And I'm being a huge advocate in trying to find those next solutions, trying to figure out what students are needing. So I've talked here, like I said earlier in your speech, that I'm trying to look at Cleveland State's people that are here. I'm talking to people from Volunteer State, Nashville State, MTSU, because I want to understand, what is your student experience? What is your faculty experience? What is your administrator experience? Because we need to be resources to all of these people. And if I'm going to be on this working group that's going to decide our next steps, I want to make sure I'm not just deciding it for myself, because I know what I want, but I don't know what others want. So I need to make sure that I'm that approachable person system-wide for anyone. So all of the people here I've talked to have my contact information. I'm here for it.
I know for myself, I like to use myself as more of a personal resource. So at work, I'm an assistant manager. So I try and, when I'm training the new employees, because that is part of my job, I make sure that I say, hi, I'm Nova. These are my pronouns. What are yours? So I can make them feel as included as possible. And then I'm always like, if you have any questions, please let me know. And I haven't gotten any that are super uncomfortable, but people really just want to try and understand a lot of like what non-binary means or what certain things I say mean. And I try and just be as open and clear as possible so that I can help them not feel uncomfortable.
Well, I definitely realize that I've become more of a resource throughout the years here. And there have been points where I've shared more of myself with others, but I feel like, I don't know that's necessarily the next step to take with being a resource, but to kind of just try to put myself out there a little more, I guess, because I feel like a lot of the times I hide in the back of a classroom, or I just like don't say anything, or I just try not to be seen sometimes. And I feel like that kind of can not be as beneficial, because some people really need to see the representation and to be able to hear these stories, because I've definitely had the chances to share my story with people who had no idea like what transgender is and anything. And it's definitely like helps people to realize that we're just like normal people. So
In my experience, a lot of students will come up with questions, and with financial aid, it's kind of a complex language sometimes, and that's the office I specifically work in, but they'll be like, well, I don't really understand this verbiage, but I don't really know how to ask you about this, but making that personal first and saying, okay, well, let's look at the scholarship you have. Let's look at what you're trying to do here. Let's look at what you're passionate about. Putting that out there first really opens the door for them to start asking questions and being like, okay, I feel comfortable now. Let me ask you about this grant. What about this scholarship? Do you feel like I can do this? I try to be that resource where they can put the personal in it first. Tell me what you're passionate about. Tell me what you want to do, and we'll try to get there for you. I try to be that resource for them.
Awesome, thank you. So one thing that really, well, there's a few things that kind of stuck out to me in thinking about each of you and how you're performing a type of resource. The first that stuck out to me is that in order to be a resource for other people, we first of all have to be well-resourced ourselves, right? And that's something I often think about in my own line of work. And it's very much connected to what Dr. Windrow was saying yesterday about, not being too queer, right? But I see my queerness and my vulnerability as a type of resource for other people, right? In other words, in order to perform that type of work, I have to be well-resourced myself. So in the spirit of being well-resourced, what does that actually mean, right? Well, first of all, it means I can only fill my cup first, put my mask on first, right? Just like, if you've flown before and the flight attendant says, in case of emergency, put your mask on first, right? That's very much with what I mean by being well-resourced, right? As a teacher, as a spouse, in order for me to be there for other people, I have to take care of my own shit first, right? And I do mean that personally and professionally. And that was something I learned through therapy. A lot of sessions with my therapist. I had a really fantastic therapist, Phil Channon, Dr. Phil Channon, if you know him. He's a very well sought after therapist in the Nashville area. And one of the things I recognized in my own therapy sessions was, you are well resourced, right? That was a light bulb moment for me. It was like all these people in my life are there to support you in various capacities. And that was just a light bulb moment for me to think about, oh yeah, I am well resourced. So in those moments that I feel disempowered, right, to do the work that I do, I think back to myself and I go, oh yeah, you do have the sources that you need to help other people. And that's something that really resonates with me. And that really struck a chord with me just, a few months ago. I was at a meditation retreat. And the meditation teacher, Lamarad Owens, who was going to be on the panel yesterday, he kept using this phrase about what it means to be well-resourced. And it just really struck me in particular as like, oh yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm kind of curious to move the line a little bit further to think about resources, right? I want to hear from each of you in terms of, in what ways do you feel well-resourced in your own life? Like, are there people or individuals or teachers or, mentors, et cetera, that help you become well-resourced so that you can be there for other people? And we don't have to start with anyone in particular. We can go in the reverse order.
Sure, I can start this time, that's fine. It was something when I started having these thoughts and wanting to come out that I knew I'd have to do a lot of research on my own to decide, is this what I want to do? And I started looking for those people, looking for the people I knew had gone through the same situations. And finding those resources at first were a little bit difficult because it's not, back then it wasn't really something you could look at in a Southern library. There's not necessarily an entire dictionary of here is sexuality, here's your label. But it was finding that group I could talk to and I knew they were having similar thoughts. And there was thankfully, a little clique of us in high school that were still talking about these. And I still talk to them to this day, but reaching out for those resources is probably one of the bravest things you can do.
So as far as like resources, I feel like throughout my life, I've had like several different resources. For a while, my mom was a resource because she was looking up a whole bunch of things for me. And I felt like my friends were resources because they would also help. And the one thing that I looked for in colleges was to have some sort of support anywhere or some sort of like LGBT and ally thing. So when I saw that MT Lambda existed, I was like, that's a good resource. And so I don't know, like as far as resources, I feel like just for me personally, I've kind of had more social resources, some like medical resources, and I guess like academic resources as well, but like because like my advisor is also like pretty chill. And so when I was doing orientation, the name was still wrong on my paper, and I could tell that she was trying real hard to like help out because it was wide out and written correctly over it. So I knew that she was a resource as soon as that was visible on there. So yeah.
I know I kind of have a similar thing with, I have very supportive family and I've kind of built up a network of friends, but I've also had a very supportive partner who's actually sitting right there. So it's been very good for me to have those people around me kind of encouraging me.
And I have to echo that part too, because Nova was the first non-binary person I ever met. And so I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what that looked like. And I was going, there's an LGBT, but what's the rest of this? And I had no clue. I knew I was the G and that's all I got. So having resources, what I always looked for were people very different than me. Didn't matter in what. I needed people that I could go, okay, so you are a trans person. What does that look like? What does that feel like? What does culture do to you? What does the government do to you? What are we missing here? Because I have privilege and I recognize that, and I can pass as anything I need to get by, but a lot of people don't have that same privilege. And so I need to recognize, what do they need? How can I not, I'm not trying to redraw a circle, I'm trying to expand a circle to include everyone. So that's more so where my resources come from, is who's different and how can I help them?
There we go. I actually have to turn my microphone back on. All right, so those are really all the questions I have for the panelists. I would love to hear and just give the audience time and space to really pose any questions or to offer reflections of your own, as a way of not calling you out, but calling you in to the conversation. So is there anyone that has questions for us, or anyone that wishes to simply offer a comment or reflection on things that we're sharing up here? Not all at once.
So earlier, I had mentioned that, things were different in mine. So do you feel like it was easier to become who you are now? Well, I know you didn't compare it to necessarily, but do you feel like it was easy for you? Do you feel like that you had access to resources and stuff like that? Like you had a little easier time than others?
We'll go first.
Okay, I was gonna see if you wanted or if it was me.
It's okay. In short answer, yes. I felt like it was easier to assess resources by Googling. Like Google was a big game changer for me when we actually had internet, because we kind of came late to the dial-up internet train. Because if someone's on the phone, you can't get on the internet, so you got to wait for mom to stop talking to everyone to actually look at things you need to look up. But later on in that, yes, it was easier to look up those resources, to look up, are other people feeling these same feelings? What are the things I need to know moving forward? It was a little bit easier, yes.
Okay, everyone's looking at me, so I guess that means I'm going next. So objectively, I would say yes, it's easier, just in general. Because like Kirsty said, there's internet access that can reach a broad audience anywhere. But then I have to look at all my Cleveland State people that are over in Cleveland, Tennessee, and I go, that's where I grew up, where you throw a rock, hit a church, and no hate like Christian love. So it wasn't very easy there. And I was very fortunate in my high school. I had created a GSA. It was very difficult, but we had just gotten a new director of schools. And that director of schools came in and he heard that that's what I wanted to do. And he advocated for it. He wanted it because he was in a different school system that had one and went, that was so beneficial for students. We had so much better just resource in general. And so I look at that and go, well, it was difficult in that respect of just being where we were physically, but objectively, we had access to more things, which made it easier.
Go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't sure. All right. I feel like it is easier, but there are still a lot of the similar struggles as far as knowing if it's still safe or to come out, or like some of the resources, wondering like if they're reliable resources. And I feel like a lot of like the base of the struggle still like stand there, but may not be as noticeable or as large. So yeah, I do also agree that it is easier, but there are still a lot of like problems, obviously, and things that like things that could go wrong, or like it may be harder to find like reliable resources with so much like misinformation on the internet too.
I guess I would kind of have to agree with everyone and say that it is easier in a way, but like the stress and the fear is still very present depending on where you are, and like the family component or like your social component, the community component really can kind of play into how easy it is.
And I think Nova brings up a good point with that of, again, the location part of it. Because I remember when you came down to Fort Lauderdale one point, because I was living down there for 3 years in undergrad. And Fort Lauderdale, Wilton Manors, like it's very gay. But even there, we still had an interaction with one person who walked up. Did that person wag his finger at us? Was that what it was?
I don't remember. I just remember what he said.
See, that's why I don't know if I can say what he said, so. But that's still something that's out there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be the squeaky wheel and say that it is, but it largely isn't easy. I would say what Nova, you're pointing out the issue of trauma and the various traumas that each of us deal with, right? So there's that specter of trauma, but there's also, if you're a student of history, there's historical trauma, right? And that's something that in my gay and lesbian literature class and also in my queer theory class, that's something that we're really attentive to, is that, you know, you might be living in a world where, you know, gay marriage is legal, but physically and emotionally, right, there is still the specter of trauma that you have to be mindful of, right? And so I do think to some extent it is easier, but to a large extent, it's only when I'm put into a new context where I'm like, oh, it isn't easy. So let me give you an example. So a few days ago, this is just on Thursday, my husband was having an open house at his new business, and he works in a very masculine, hetero environment. We'll call it that. And I was going to leave, and he came in to give me a kiss goodbye, and my body tensed up. And I was like, wait a minute, what? So even though emotionally, I was like, or not emotionally, but intellectually, I was going in to receive a kiss, my body responded otherwise, right? And so we know all of this information and scholarship from trauma studies. Bessel van der Kolk, who's a really great author, wrote the book, The Body Keeps the Score, and I would recommend that all of you read it, and we can have a book group. But in The Body Keeps the Score, it is all about how the body stores trauma, right? Regardless of, you know, the fact that you've worked through it or you haven't worked through it, your body will always remember that trauma. And that, you know, having those moments, and this was just 2 days ago, I was like, oh shit, it's like, maybe I haven't. But it's being in different contexts where I'm like, okay, yes, it is still not safe for you in all spaces, right? So that's one most recent example. Not to make this therapy hour, but I have another one. To talk to what, or speak to what Patrick was talking about with Wilton Manors. Gay nightlife is very, very masculinist. Being someone who is non-binary, I'm not sure what Nova's experience is like, but when I go to the gay bar dressed like this, I get a completely different reaction than I do when I'm like, if I was to grow a beard and have a flannel shirt on. Not that I'm stereotyping, but you get a completely different reaction. And so one of the things I noticed when I was, when I switched my pronouns and I started, dressing more feminine and growing my hair out, less people would actually come up and talk to me. And that was like an oh shit moment, because it's like, I was raised as a gay boy, right? And now that I'm moving into this non-binary position, I become somehow less attractive to other people, mostly other men, right? And that was really a light bulb moment for me in going, do I really want to do this? And then the other moment was, well, fuck those people. Excuse my French. But seriously, like, this is me living my authentic life, right? And I don't know what Nova's experience is like, but that's something that was a learning moment for me where, I would go out in makeup and my earrings and my hair done, and then dudes would like not even make eye contact with me. It's a real fun game. I highly recommend it. But it was like a really interesting social experiment. So I don't know. But I'm also coming from, to talk about my background, because y'all have shared yours. I was born and raised in a small town in Morton, Mississippi. And you're like, where is that exactly? It's a small town of 3,000 people. I was born and raised there. I was raised Southern Baptist. And so I vividly remember being 13 and 14 years old, sitting in church. And this is when I was 7th and 8th grade, and the preacher going, this is when all the Disney boycotts were going on. And, that seemed to be always going on, right? And I remember the preacher going something about, homosexuals going to hell. And he immediately made eye contact with me. And I was like, oh. It was like that moment in the Amazon commercial where Medusa turns people to stone. And she finds her sunglasses from Amazon, of course. But it was like one of those moments of recognition, but also a fear, of tremendous fear, and also shame, right? And I always like to remind folks that queer people never got together because of marriage, right? When my husband and I were dating in 2009, there was no gay marriage. There's really nothing. I mean, there were civil unions, etc. But I always like to remind straight folks that queer folks never got together because we could get married. And that might seem controversial or confrontational, polemical, what have you. But I'm an introvert that is okay with confrontation, if you haven't noticed. But it's true, right? And so when Selena, you were talking about your multiple anniversaries and celebrations, I really resonated with that, because one of the questions, a lot of straight people will ask of me and my husband is like, oh, when did you get married? And I'm like, well, we got married in 2016, but we've been married since 2000, or we've been together since 2009. Right? And so 2009 is actually our real anniversary, but you will still encounter straight folks that are like, oh, well, you didn't get married into 2016. I'm like, well, yeah, when it was legal. And that is typically a light bulb moment for people. I'm like, yeah, it's actually real that gay marriage was illegal. And I think people forget that, right? But then I'm the squeaky wheel to remind them, of course. And that's when my husband says, not now. But it is, it's not a linear process, right? It's one of the things I remind my queer theory students in Eve Sedgwick's Epistemology of the Closet, which you should all read as well. In Epistemology of the Closet, she's very clear that coming out is not a linear narrative, right? We perform these multiple comings out, right? So every semester I have to come out to a new set of students, or I don't have to, but I do, because it's important work for me that I do that work, right? But I also come out all the time as being non-binary, right? So if I'm in masculine clothes one day and then the next day I'm got my hair done, my makeup done, my earrings on, people are like, what the fuck? Right? But it's constantly performing that coming out that also lets me know that that trauma is never going to go away, right? And so it's a constantly negotiation of that trauma. And so I don't know what Nova's experience is like. I don't want to speak for them.
I guess I would say when I started exploring my own gender performance, when I would put on more feminine things, it would be like I was simultaneously the spectacle in the room, and then people would also just not talk about it. I would get from like all of the various white women who would be like, yes, I love your outfit. And I'm like, thank you. I did put in the time to put this together, but I'm more than just my very tall shoes.
Very tall shoes.
Yeah, and so it does become the spectacle that isn't talked about. So straight heterosexual women, straight heterosexual, because that's not, why do you need both? I don't know. But heterosexual women are like, they're very congratulatory and very like, you know, throwing praises on you. And, you know, the best compliments I usually get is, I wish my makeup looked as good as yours. And I'm just like, I did this in 5 minutes. And from, you know, from men, from heterosexual men, ooh, it's fun. And, you know, I've learned to just not make eye contact with heterosexual men in particular. I have a lot of male trauma. So I just don't get along with men in general. So, but you do get this very different reaction, and it's either silence. I'm going to say the silence is a marker of also disgust. You know, that's the ironic thing about Drag Race, is that you have all of these macho gay dudes that love Drag Race, but then they're repulsed from femininity. And that's something I've always been interested in. But yeah, I'm not sure where I was going with that. But yeah, it's just like you become the silence in the room, and I can viscerally feel the silence. Like I feel it, it becomes like a weight on my shoulders. And then I have to go to that special place of compassion for those people, because I recognize that it has nothing to do with me, right? And this is something I learned in therapy as well. It's a reaction based on that person's issues, right? That they have to deal with, right? Just like Dr. Rendro was saying yesterday in his morning sermon. It is about detaching from that, but it's also recognizing that their reaction has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with their own shit that they haven't unpacked and processed, right? So, yeah. Anybody else want to share, or just?
I think you brought up a really important point in your whole discussion of that silence. And I tend to think of that silence a lot too, not for myself, but especially when I'm around Nova. I've witnessed it. And I try to think of why. I mean, I know I'm not a doctor in psychology like one person I know in this room is, but I do have a bachelor's in it. And so I want to understand, why are these people acting this way? And so, like I said earlier, it's those connections. And so I try to talk to these people, try to figure out, where are you coming from? And I talked one day with my coworker, and for the entire time that I've worked where I am, I had referred to Nova as Nova, but used incorrect pronouns with this person. And that was something that the two of us discussed because we thought it would be best for this person, so it didn't create any sort of issue, again, trying to be apologetic of ourselves. And there was one day I just went, no, I'm going to say it. And so I said they, them in front of this person. And he kind of took it back, and he was just like, wait, why did you say that? This is one person with a really cool name. And I was like, well, Nova's non-binary. And he just kind of looked at me and went, and just kind of stuttered. And so I wanted to learn more. Why are you acting like that? What's going in your mind? He said, I just don't understand it. And so I'm curious if it's not as much of, oh my gosh, get away from me, you're terrible. If it's more of just fear of the unknown and not knowing how to approach that, how to talk about that. Like I had to have a whole conversation with him. Just how do you use they, them pronouns? How can that be used in a singular sense? Because he kept saying, no, this is plural. It has to be plural. And I said, well, think of a person that you don't know. You just see it in an email. Are you, when you're talking with someone else, are you going to immediately go he, she, or you just can go, so they were talking to me, and just keep going with the conversation. He went, I say they. I said, there we go. That's how it works. That's all it is. And he thought it was so much deeper and that there was so much more attached to it. I was like, it's not that deep. It's okay. So I think it's also that component in it. And I know you two can speak a bit more to that, of just the fear of unknown and how to actually approach those conversations.
Well, I think, what Patrick is bringing up, it's, first of all, you have to make the conscious decision and choice, right, to actually do that. And it really is just a conscious choice and decision. It doesn't have to involve too much intellectual thought, right? And I think sometimes we have a tendency, especially if it's something that we're unfamiliar with, to over-intellectualize it or over-analyze it, right? But it really is, it just comes down to a conscious choice and decision to make that change, right? And to also stay committed to that change. I think we had a question. I saw your hand earlier. I was going to respond to her question. Okay. Would you like a microphone? Sure. Okay. Can we get the microphone number 5 turned on? I have it on, but it's muted. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back here so you're not staring at me. So I do think like coming out today is hard, especially in the Bible Belt of Tennessee. And I think that it can be different based on your geographical location, for sure. I feel like if I grew up either in Murfreesboro or Nashville, I'd probably feel more comfortable, talking about these things with my peers, with my family. However, it's been like a long haul with my family. Like I got kicked out of my house at 18, and it's still happening. Like it's still like societally, it's more acceptable. However, in these different like geographical like prejudiced areas of the United States and all around, it's still very difficult for a lot of people to process. And I think, they were talking about the internet being a helpful resource. However, I think it's a double-edged sword, because when I was in middle school, we were all, messaging each other. One person found out, oh, Connor likes guys and girls. Connor's bi. Let's spread rumors about him on Instagram. Let's blast him. People made fake Instagram accounts, like slamming all these people that were coming to terms with their sexuality or their gender identity, and just like blasting them. And that was horrible. That was probably the most traumatic experience of my life. It's like social media is something that we all can be addicted to, can be so harmful for so many people. And especially when it comes to, gender identity, sexual orientation. And, in that moment, I felt like I had zero resources. I felt like the internet, which is used for all good, was only horrible and only bad, and, really traumatic for me. I eventually came to terms with that. I had a therapist, I had a counselor. I began to grow like a small social network of people that I felt comfortable with. I definitely think like more creative communities have helped me like navigate my sexuality and navigate my experience. I'm a theater kid. So I definitely think that like being part of that has helped me. But it was not easy. And I think that like the struggle is probably going to last forever, because it's just not within the status quo of heterosexuality. I feel like there are always going to be people that don't agree. I feel like there are always going to be people that just don't understand what LGBT plus is. But that's why we have to just continue to push and like strive to inform people and inform, you know, everyone that like we are people too, you know, we are just as much human as you are, you know, 40-year-old heterosexual male. You know, it's a battle that's going to be ongoing, but as long as we can continue to build support in our communities and continue to like create these loving, open, safe spaces for each other, I think we can strive to like make it better, you know, as we continue to live. But yeah, it wasn't easy for me, you know. I wish I had the story of someone that had it easy. However, you know, that shows the true resilience that I have and the true resilience that you have, and how regardless of our circumstances, we're still able to be loving people, you know? So yeah, that's kind of my story. I know you didn't ask for that, but that's how I experienced.
So I would also like to build on what we're talking about, because your first question was, compared to your generation, what is the difference in coming out or being LGBT in today's world? And I I have a lot of inside knowledge about like our generation, because I've been working on a paper that's specifically about the political orientation of people who are Gen Z. So that's everyone born after 1996. And it is really interesting, because for a lot of people in the United States, being LGBT really is becoming less of an identity and a political issue, and more of just something that is what it is. And while that may be true on for some people, for a lot of people that isn't the case. It is a political issue, and it is whatever misguided beliefs they really have about it. So I think we're really seeing this right now, where maybe in a state like California or New York, there is a lot of support for people who are LGBT, and that it probably is easier to come out. Not completely easy, but there definitely are more resources, whether that be funded by the state or funded by the government or something like that. But even here in Tennessee, we're seeing that, the state legislature, I think there was a number thrown out, like there are 31 discriminatory bills that are currently inside of the state legislature. And what we're seeing is that there is a divide in which there are a lot of people who don't really see LGBT as a political issue, but for where we are and for our identity, the people who control the government do see it like that, and that, what we're really seeing is that, or what I'm afraid of, is that the structures that have been built since Stonewall to give people in LGBT their identity and the political support that they need may not exist, because some people may not see the need, even though where we live, there's an obvious need. And yeah, but I think that stuff like this, even if the worst things were to happen and that we won't be allowed to do this anymore or even talk about our identity, I think that either because of the internet or because we're all here right now listening to other people talk about their lives, I think that it's impossible to get rid of our identity and of our feeling of freedom to be who we are. And I think that even if the worst is yet to come, it still is important to know that we've had our taste of freedom, and that still, we need to make sure that that's available for everybody.
Hi. In regards to what you mentioned, I agree with the internet being a double-edged sword, that sort of statement, because at the same time, while you're able to find more information and find these social groups of people that are like you more easily than probably ever, the same thing's happening on the other end of the political spectrum. And there's just as much room for hate in there as there is for love. And well, for the other thing that I wanted to say, I remember that you mentioned that when you would go out presenting yourself in a more feminine way, you received notably less attention than you did when you present yourself more in a masculine way. And I experienced the same thing when I wanted to look a little bit more queer. I used to be pretty classically feminine, you know, like long hair. I used to be a little bit thinner, and I received a lot more male interest, especially than I do now. And it's weird because at the same time that it's a relief to not be catcalled or hit on or followed out into a parking lot as often as I used to, at the same time, it's almost disappointing. And that's super counterintuitive because there's not a point in my life where I was especially interested in like cishet interest, you know? But it's frustrating because I never wanted it in the first place. And at the same time, I feel like I'm not worthy of it anymore. And somehow that makes me feel less, right? But I guess I just thought that it kind of made me think about how it wasn't just like a woman experience, it was a feminine experience. And that really resonated with me. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing yours. We appreciate it.
Hi, I don't want Cleveland State to like take this over, but I think as far as how accepted I've been, I think I've really had like a very split experience being both bisexual and gender diverse. Because I think when I come out as bisexual, people, they generally, especially this generation, don't care. But I think being transgender and gender diverse calls into question a lot of people's beliefs about themselves and what it means for them if I can just be a man because I am and not because of some piece of paper. Like, what does it mean for them to be a man? So I think there's a lot more aggression when it comes to that side of things than for sexuality, in my experience, at least. That's all.
Awesome. Anybody else want to share now that, yeah, Selena? So we have a few more minutes. We have about 6 minutes. Does anybody else want to? Yeah, awesome.
Okay, so I work at Cleveland State, and I brought these lovely folks who I've gotten to know really well. And I just want to, originally we started talking about like, what has this conference meant to you? And I just want to say thank you for making it and for inviting us, because this is not something Cleveland State usually gets to do. When we started an Allies program for training employees in 2017, we weren't allowed to put the Cleveland State name on it because they were concerned about legislature, donors, all that kind of stuff. That's gotten better in the last couple of years, but, and actually I'm heartened to see the concern about the legislative docket that's up at our school, because 4 years ago, that wouldn't have even been a concern. They would have been like, well, duh. I will just say, I think for me, the Allies training, and what I've always been a very strong ally, but the training that I went through, and I think how the environment is now, it actually, it lends to exploration of things that I think I would have gone through life 100% believing that I was cishet female. And in the first Allies training, we took this, we had this big circle, and there's, what is that? What do they call that? And you talk about your privilege, and you got to write in the boxes like what you are and how you identify and what's important to you. And this was like the first time I'm putting in here, I'm like, well, I don't know, I kind of like ladies. I'm like, I might not be totally straight, and I might not be totally female, and I might, like, I just never, as a 42-year-old woman, like, this is in the 90s, it was kind of starting to be cool to be LGBT, but it wasn't, I don't know, I'm from the North, I'm not even from the South. So we're in the van talking on the way here and we're talking about something like, I don't even know what I am, guys. I can't tell you. Oh, you're queer. Cool, I'm queer. But so I guess that to say, thank you for building a space that helps make this conversation more normative. That, I hope that when we get to 2075 and these guys are making sci-fi movies, that everyone on the planet recognizes that they're somewhere in the middle and that we don't have all this and God doesn't love you any less if you're anywhere in the middle. So Cleveland State has now all spoken, so we have nothing left to say.
I just want to say, we want you here and we want your perspective. And sometimes we forget our privilege. Like our university president was here for the opening of the conference. And we just take it for granted. So I appreciate all of you making your remarks. And if you're my kid, I'd be proud of you. And I say that as a parent. I can't believe your parents didn't treat you better than that. Anyone else? I'm just saying, your parents are dummies.
I remembered what I was going to say before I forgot what I was going to say. What I was going to say was that nowadays we face less overt, is that the right word? Less obvious sort of violence, right? But at the same time, I feel like people have become less, hostile and more just kind of don't care. And although it's better to not have to be worried about being the victim of an act of violence as much, like it's definitely still there. It is equally as frustrating to see that a really unfortunate amount of it is just complacency because you don't care because it doesn't affect you. Yeah.
Totally wasn't going to talk at all. Didn't plan on that. But after Cleveland State was talking about how, even being 42 years old and not knowing, who you are, I kind of had that privilege of growing up when my family never assumed your sexuality growing up. My great grandfather was gay. My next door neighbor who had regular dinners with, they were a lesbian couple. So my family, even to this day, I'm 19 years old, and like people will be like, who are you? I'll be like, I don't know, I'm just me, I guess. I never had to identify. And even in my relationship now, I never felt the need to. I was just kind of, one of my best friends, she identifies as a lesbian, but she assumes that I am a straight white woman that just walks, chills. But I guess whenever, like Patrick was talking about how I do have that privilege where I can be straight in a situation if I want to be, I can be gay in another situation if I want to be, and I don't have to kind of conform to a mold. And I guess I kind of am privileged in that sense where my family never made me feel like I had to mark a box or check a label. And if I wasn't a certain way, then I had to risk getting kicked out of my house or anything like that. So I think that it is very important to create safe environments for kids to feel like they can just be who they are and they don't need to be somebody that they're not, or they don't need to know who they are right away. But that was just all I wanted to say.
So I think we are out of time. It's exactly 10:31, so we went 1 minute over. We would like to thank all of you for listening to our panel. And I also have a gift for our panelists, so don't go anywhere. But on behalf of the conference planner supporters, MT Lambda, the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences, and the Conference Advisory Board, we would like to thank you for your support and your efforts to present this worthwhile event. We want to especially thank you for your commitment to taking the next step. And we ask that you accept a small token of our appreciation. So we have gifts for you.
Thank you.
Does Nova need another one?
I got one yesterday.
See why not? Yeah, put them all next to each other. Ooh.
Oh.
All right, so I'll just use this one. Our next event will be at 10:45, so please come back for our keynote with Dr. Marissa Richmond, the plus and LGBT plus. And we will take a short break until 11 or 10:45, excuse me. So see you all then. That one goes to her. Yeah.
You want me to take it over? Or you got it.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to the board. I want to come in. And then she's like, I'm just gonna turn on the and she just disappeared. I think it's Zoom may have gone out or something. Partway, so.
I was like, I don't know if I should be on the panel. I woke up like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, you look great.
I, on the other hand, started to walk. This is what I'm wearing. But I would.
Yeah.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. We will convene with our conference. We have our keynote speaker from Dr. Marissa Richmond, who will be putting the plus in the LGBT plus keynote. As Dr. Marissa Richmond comes up, I just want to be sure that we thank our numerous sponsors once again. Our presenting sponsor is Nissan, which we all have lovely bags from. Conference champion sponsors, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, Deloitte, the Institutional Equity and Compliance Office, Dell, Connect, Fifth Third Bank, Focus, College of Liberal Arts, College of Media and Entertainment, Vice President for Student Affairs, Tennessee Human Rights Commission, Albert Gore Research Center. And on additional support from the University Department of Psychology, Distinguished Lecture Fund, Women's and Gender Studies, the University Student Activity Fee Committee, and the Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Office. So thank all of our sponsors for bringing our conference together and giving us money. So, all right, and I will turn it over to Dr. Marissa Richmond. So welcome Dr. Richmond to the stage.
Thank you. It's on. Good morning and welcome to those of you not from MTSU and those of you who are. Glad you could get out of bed. I know it's hard on a Saturday morning. The program notes my title, Taking the Next Step, Being Out in the Real World, and that was originally going to be my focus, but things change all the time. And in the past 24 hours, things changed significantly for many of us, especially who are out in academia. As was noted, the Tennessee General Assembly has been pushing a wide range of anti-LGBTQ bills. And one of them was signed into law yesterday by our governor. House Bill, oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Well, anyway, it's the bill that bans the teaching of divisive concepts. And I teach in history and women's and gender studies. And some of you were here for our women's and gender studies panel just 2 days ago here in this room. I teach LGBTQ history and African-American history. And even in my general history classes, I cover women's history and Native American history and Latino history and religious history. And some of those concepts are divisive. And one of the reasons why it's important for us to be out is because of institutionalized homophobia and transphobia in our society. And we celebrated a day of great joy just 2 days ago because we broke a significant barrier with the confirmation of Ketanji Brown Jackson to be the first African-American woman to serve on the history of the US Supreme Court. Yes, as an African-American woman, I did exactly that. It was a proud moment. And many of you have seen the various graphics and memes showing all of the faces that have served on this US Supreme Court. Many of them are good people, but they don't reflect the diversity of our society. And we have to have representation. And today, our Supreme Court, for the first time, has a majority of people who are either women or people of color. 4 women and 1 African-American male. We can talk about his political ideology a little later if you wish. But nonetheless, we've broken a significant barrier. But obviously, we don't yet have anyone who's LGBTQ on the court. But we have growing numbers of people who are out. They're going to law school. We just had a lesbian confirmed to a court of appeals. We have lesbian judges right here in the state of Tennessee, and this is an election year. They're on the ballot with early voting starting April 13th. I hope everybody is already registered and will be voting in whatever county you're registered in. And if not, you can still register for the August and November elections, and I encourage you to do so. But it's important that we have voices, we have representation, and we now even have 5 out transgender judges in the country. And we've even hosted Tracy Nadzia of Arizona at this conference, I think about 2 or 3 years ago when we were last on campus. But this law, and is now a law that the governor signed last night, makes me a criminal. I teach divisive concepts. That's the point of history, to push our buttons, to push our envelopes. I tell my students on the very first day, I'm not here to romanticize or glamorize. I'm here to demythologize, because American history, sadly, is full of lots of mythologies. So it is important that we push people's buttons, that we push the edge of the envelope and all those other cliches. And to criminalize education is dead wrong. My parents were both educators. One of my grandmothers was an educator. And of course, they grew up and started their careers under Jim Crow. And under the laws of their respective states, of Texas, and my dad started teaching in Louisiana, although he was from Kansas, they were not allowed to teach whites. When my dad went to school, he wasn't allowed to live on campus. He had to live in an off-campus co-op. The point of higher education is to develop our minds. Critical thinking skills are so important, regardless of the subject. But in history, it's particularly important because this nation has a very troubled history. From the moment that Christopher Columbus set foot in the Bahamas, the vast array of Native American cultures were endangered. From the moment my ancestors were brought over in chains, we were denied our cultures, our histories, our families. I don't even know what country they came from. I only know a continent. And we have to point that out. It helps us understand race relations today. And for those of us, and we are here specifically because we are part of the LGBTQ community, and I am out and proud as a trans woman to be an educator, to be a member of this community, to be an advocate for others who've not had the accesses and privileges that I have had in my life. It's important that we all be out and that we advocate. When the Declaration of Independence was written and said all men are created equal, it was not true in 1776. But it also said that we are endowed with certain inalienable rights, such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which our US Senator hopefully will one day learn is not part of the Constitution. But we've had to struggle. All groups have had to struggle to make those words a reality. And when the Constitution was written, it says we seek to create a more perfect union. And we're still working for that, because we are not covered in federal law directly. Indirectly, yes, thanks to the Supreme Court saying that Title VII, which bans sex discrimination in the workplace, does cover all LGBTQ people. But the Equality Act would go further. And the continued numbers of bills that attack us, and in particular attack transgender youth, denying them even the basic respect of having their pronouns recognized. Many of us are wearing pronoun buttons. And I recognize my students in whatever name whatever pronoun they ask me to use. Because it's a matter of respect. And I appreciate the students who feel confident enough, whether they know about me or not, and some of them don't. Whether they know about me or not, I appreciate the fact that they feel confident enough to speak out. One student, by the way, told me they didn't know I was trans about halfway through the semester, and the person themselves happened to be trans, and then came up to me and said, you know, I just thought you were being cool. And I'm like, well, I am cool. Because that's the way it should be. And one of these bills that's still pending would deny us the right to respect you and use your correct pronouns. But I never thought all those years I was going to school and going through graduate school and following in the footsteps of my parents and my grandmother, that by being a teacher, by being an educator, even though my field had nothing history, none of them were in history, so I did not follow directly in their footsteps. My dad was organic chemistry, by the way. I definitely didn't want to do that. Although blowing up his labs a couple of times, I thought that's kind of cool. That I've never done. But I'm blowing up some things. I'm blowing up right now because what the state of Tennessee has done to us, all of us, students and teachers alike, is dead wrong. We must stand together. We must speak out. Certainly voting is part of that, but we must continue. Those of you on other campuses, show support for your faculty. Because we don't want to be arrested. I certainly don't want to be. I have better things to do in my life. I've got cats at home. They'll probably be wondering, where's dinner? If mommy doesn't show up, you know, it's like, sorry, I couldn't feed you. Mommy was being booked and fingerprinted and mugshot. That's not how I want to go through life. And as an out trans person, being arrested is even more difficult for us. It's potentially life-threatening. I'm less worried for myself, though, than I am for others. I'm a bit more secure in my life and in my body. But I intended to be happy and peppy today, because again, this is a good week, and this is a great conference, and I'm so glad so many of you are here. But when I saw the governor sign that into law, turning me into a criminal, I couldn't help but be pissed as shit. And everybody should be. Because those of you who are students, you came to learn. Because education is such a wonderful experience, and that's what I got from my parents. The point of higher education is to open new avenues for yourself, new opportunities. And part of it comes from learning about reality so that we don't walk naively and blindly into a hostile world. And there are many aspects of this world that are hostile. Benjamin Franklin said when they adopted the Declaration of Independence, we must all hang together, because if we do not, then we shall all hang separately. So it is important that we all hang together. We continue to fight, that we not give up the fight. Although if some of you choose to leave Tennessee and move to a more welcoming state like California, where the governor just appointed a trans woman to be judge, and the state has said, we welcome all people. I understand that. I applaud you for that, because you have to think about your life and your future, your family, whether you have a partner now or not. Many of you want to settle down. Many of you want to have children, and that's great. And I hope you raise your children with good values, starting with love. The most important value of all, in my opinion. Because when we do love each other, we stand with each other. and we don't allow harm to anyone. And part of that is, again, his being out and letting everyone around us know how important it is to be out. And being proud, having pride is not a sin. Because you're saying, I am who I am. And there's nothing wrong with me. And my being out should not be a crime. And having people discuss my life should not be a crime. And if my being comfortable in my own skin and being able to hold the hand of my partner or to put their picture on my desk at work makes you uncomfortable, then the problem is you, not me. It's hard to be happy after seeing the governor sign that into law. It's hard to be peppy, but I want to be, and I'll be back there again. The day Judge Jackson raises her hand and takes that oath of office and takes her seat on the highest court in the land, I'm going to be howling again like I did 2 days ago. The moment a woman raises her hand and takes the oath of office as president of the United States will be a proud moment. I hope it will happen under good circumstances, because sometimes people become president under tragic circumstances. I want it to be a good one, like we saw when President Barack Obama broke the barrier in January of 2009. And I remember how proud I was to be part of that, in a sense, because I had been a delegate to the Democratic Convention that nominated him just a few months earlier. And in fact, on election night, 2008, I was at a party. And then as I drove home, I took a detour and I went down Jefferson Street in Nashville, past Fisk and Harry and Tennessee State. And the students were out there celebrating and waving their flags. And I rolled down my window and I started hooting and hollering with them. And the kids looked at me and they go, "All right, lady." Because I was proud as an African-American person. My parents didn't live to see that moment. I wish they had. I wish they lived to see this moment, both for what happened on Thursday and for what happened yesterday. My dad, as I noted, he was from Kansas. And when his home state several years ago banned the teaching of evolution, a divisive topic, my dad, a scientist, kind of rolled his eyes and was like, "What?" And I showed him the article and he just shook his head in shame and disgust. And I believe, honestly, in my heart, if my parents were still alive, on Thursday, they would have been hooting and hollering with pride, and then they would be shaking their heads with shame and disgust, as I am this morning, over what the state of Tennessee has done. We have a lot of work ahead of us, because these battles are not over. We can pass the Equality Act. I've had a bottle of champagne sitting in my refrigerator for quite some time. I don't know what the aging process is for champagne. I don't know what if there's a particular year that's better than others, but I want to open that champagne. I'm looking forward to that moment when the president signs that into law. And many of us have been working for many, many years, decades, to try to accomplish that goal. And I believe we're getting closer and closer, and one day we will prevail. And laws like the state of Tennessee are pursuing and are adopting will be thrown out by the courts. Just as the marriage discrimination amendment, which we opposed when it was on the ballot in 2006, we celebrated when the courts overthrew it in 2015. But did you know that lawsuit cost Tennessee taxpayers $3 million? That we, as taxpayers, had to put up $3 million to justify discrimination. And Tennessee is going to be sued. And maybe I'll be that next John Scopes. Or maybe it'll be Dr. Will Einstein. But we're going to fight back. And we're going to win because we do have the Constitution on our side. And while that it may not have been written directly for us, the fact is that we're willing to say those rights include us. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and equal protection of the laws. They include us, and that's why it's so important to be out. Because we have to claim those rights, because they're not going to be given easily, and they've never been given easily to any group. That's what institutionalized discrimination is all about, is to prevent people from exercising those rights, to truly be equal, and to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We have to fight for that. And we do. Many have been fighting for years. And as those of us who are getting old and ready to pass on the torch and are trying to pass on the torch, we hope that you're now ready to pick it up and carry it. My back is hurting. I don't have the strength and stamina and energy that I did when I was your age. But I haven't given up. I'm just as fiery now as I've ever been. But I'm realistic that my days are numbered. That's why it's so important that you take up that torch. Some of you may choose to be educators. I hope you do. Not because I want you to get arrested. Maybe it will happen. I hope not. But if it should happen, think about the people that you're now inspiring. Think about the people who are being fired up by your passion and your commitment. That's what advocacy is truly all about. That's what education is truly all about. I didn't want to, they gave me an hour and I don't want to spend the entire time just up here talking. I really would like for this to be a conversation as well, not just an address, but a conversation. So at this point, I'd like to open it up. Comments, questions, whatever you may have. And again, I want to thank you all for being here, being part of this conference. And despite this little bit of bad news, we really do have something to celebrate. And as Will was saying 2 days ago, the president, Sidney McPhee, was here to welcome us and to be part of the opening of this. And we have so many things that we can and should be celebrating. So again, thank you. Oh. So again, if you have any questions, comments, please raise your hand and Dr. Langston will come around and give you a chance to chime in.
I just wanted to say that being an honest educator in itself is already an act of revolution. And although frustrating legislation like this can be a little bit of a roadblock, you know, barriers like that have never outlasted the truth and they never will. And being out as, you know, a Black, queer, trans woman is even more valuable because people like me, people who are my age, can see themselves in you and see themselves in your experience. And, you know, that too is revolutionary and you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Yeah, I recognize that I'm a role model. I know that. I understand that. I understand the importance of that. I didn't have that. I didn't even have a Black professor until I was in college. Even though both of my parents were educators, all of my teachers growing up were white. And so I didn't even see a Black professor in a classroom until I was a college student. So I understand the importance of that. That's why it's important for me to be out and why I'm proud to be out. And so that my students, even the cisgender straight students, they recognize that I'm there for a reason and that I've qualified because I had to submit my resume actually my transcripts, and I got degrees from 3 different schools, and I had to submit them from every single one of those schools to prove that I had earned the right to be there. And they said, oh, and by the way, you've already got the job, but if you want to get paid, I'm like, okay, message received. I understand. But I appreciate that. And some people have said, you're the most dangerous person in Tennessee because you're exactly what they don't want, a Black trans woman in a classroom. And furthermore, I'll just add, when the first transgender bathroom bill was introduced, the original language was inclusive of colleges. So I testified against that bill in the legislature, and I pointed out my office is directly across the hall from the bathroom. I said, so I'm the bathroom police, not exactly what they had in mind. And I then said, if I enforce this, and I'm either violating the 4th Amendment or the 14th Amendment. And of course, their definition of the Constitution is the 2nd Amendment and the 10th Amendment. They don't want to hear about the 1st, 4th, or 14th Amendments. And here I was bringing them 2 of those 3 up. And they got really upset with me over that. But I didn't back down. And we struggled, but we stopped that version of the bill back in 2016. But as you know, they passed the version last year. I understand my role, and I've never backed down, and I'm proud to be out and doing everything I can. And all I've ever asked people is to join me.
Cleveland State will.
Okay. By the way, I've been to Cleveland, and so I had an interesting experience there.
Yep, we have a lot to say. And I'm not sure if you heard it, but Jen over here said, we're sorry. So if you've been to Cleveland, so yeah. So I just want to say thank you for all that you do. I completely agree with you that I think that a lot of people who do make the laws and who are socially conservative really are afraid of a lot of people on the other side, because I'm pretty sure that the Republican Party has not won the popular vote in a presidential election since 1992, only once. And so I think the writing is on the wall, so to speak, that there really isn't a lot of support for their interpretation of America. And I think that constantly challenging that is the only way to get the ball moving, so to speak, and to make sure that we can get the progress that we deserve under the Constitution or what was written in the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
But I do want to ask you, it sounds like that you are really involved in politics and that you were I believe a representative to the state convention in 2008. So I was just wondering, how much support would you say you have specifically for, I guess, your beliefs? Who exactly, whether that be like the Democratic Party or some sort of advocacy group, who can you rely on to make sure that what you believe in can be protected?
Well, when I started several years ago, when we were running the marriage campaign in 2006, and I was the state field coordinator for the Vote No on One campaign in 2006, the Democratic Party endorsed us, but then wouldn't let us speak at Democratic events. And I got really outraged. It's like, you've already endorsed our campaign, and now you're not even allowing us to speak and try to make sure Democratic voters understand the issue. So I was pretty outraged. So in 2008, I got elected both to the Davidson County Democratic Executive Committee and then elected to be a delegate to the National Convention. And I was using those positions to advocate within the party, to showcase that we were a part of the party, but to show that it was imperative that if Democrats were going to win, that we needed to be reaching out to everybody and to fight for the principles of equality, equal rights for all. And I've just continued that over the years. And you know, there were some struggles, and there were some people within the party who didn't want that and still did not want that. One Democrat or a couple of Democrats last year voted for the ban on transgender athletes playing sports. And so we had a meeting with the House Democratic leader down at the Cordell Hall building to explain why that was so outrageous. And I pointed out, by this time, I was now serving on the Democratic National Committee, and I used that position to explain what it means for Democrats. And I didn't plan to be specifically partisan up here, but I used that meeting to explain to the party leadership within the House of Representatives in Tennessee what we as a party are supposed to represent and what language we've adopted. And of course, my inclusion and the inclusion of other transgender Democrats in elected positions all over the country is part of the party's commitment to diversity. And then we had people here in Tennessee who were insulting us by voting for that legislation and suggesting that trans people were dangerous. And I don't believe I'm dangerous. Except if my cats bring another snake in the house, I'm dangerous then. But that's it. I'll show you, if you just, while you're looking for another person, I'll share with you my experience in Cleveland. I was invited to the Young Democrats, the Bradley County Young Democrats dinner. And when I got to the building, which was in their local history museum there, I was walking through the parking lot and I noticed none of the cars had bumper stickers, and my car is loaded with bumper stickers. So when I got into the building and sat down at my table, and I mentioned that to somebody, to the people there at my table, and they said, "Oh, yeah, we can't let them know we're Democrats here. We'll get fired." So that's one big difference between Nashville and Cleveland. I'm sorry? Yes. What's the bill number? I left the right one on the table there. I'll get it for you once we're done. But it's the one by Mike Bell and Cameron Sexton. And Cameron Sexton is the Speaker of the House. He's from, actually, Mike Bell is from Bradley County, the senator, and the House sponsor, Cameron Sexton, is the Speaker of the House, and he's from Crossville, as I recall. Yes.
So you mentioned the name of a certain senator that I've had interactions with. And that was in 2017 when I brought a bunch of high school students with me, all LGBT and allies, to go speak with our representatives about a bathroom bill. We had a 15-minute window to meet with him. 5 minutes in, he finally let us in his office and kicked us out 5 minutes early after telling us transgenders are hogwash, as he put it. And in my mind, my first instinct was to go to support the people around me. And I didn't continue the fight against him. I went to my people. How can I continue that fight while also supporting my people?
Well, like I said, this is an election year. So find the good people who are running. The filing deadline was Thursday, so the ballot's now closed. So for those legislative seats, we now know who is going to be on the ballot, the August primaries and then November general elections. So get out and support those people. They need people to make phone calls. They need people to knock on doors. Now that we're coming out of COVID, we're doing that again. Young people don't have a lot of money. Maybe you know somebody who does, they need donations. But when I was a college student, I was doing that phone banking. I was knocking on doors. I went to college in Massachusetts, so I was actually out there in blizzards in New Hampshire, and they have real blizzards, not like our half-inch blizzards we get around here. So I was out there in real blizzards, knocking on doors because I was committed to helping people in certain races. So there's all sorts of things you can do. Use your social media presence. They haven't adjourned yet, so there's still the pronoun bill coming up, and there's another one that targets K through 12 that would cut their funding if they are found to have allowed a transgender athlete on their sports teams. You know, cutting funding because a trans person wanted to play soccer or basketball or something, that's ridiculous. But that's what they're doing. That's what they're after. And so those are all, there are a lot of different ways, little ways you can get involved. You know, so, but again, this is an election year, so make sure you're registered, make sure everybody around you is registered, and find those candidates and get behind the candidates and say, this is why I'm supporting you. And if you win, I'm going to hold you accountable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Richmond, I've got the Senate Bill 2290 pulled up here.
Okay.
And I just want to read the first sentence and ask you maybe if you could give some real life examples. It says, as introduced, the bill prohibits, the law now, prohibits public institution of higher education from taking certain actions with regard to divisive concepts and the ideologies or political viewpoints of students and employees, et cetera. So from taking certain actions, can you maybe elaborate on how you see
Well,
that?
if you would have to look, if you click on the amendments, go to the House amendment, that's the final language. But what it says is teaching about institutionalized racism or sexism, suggesting that all men weren't created equal. You know, that anything that involves teaching those subjects that makes people uncomfortable. I mean, you know, a lot of times, you know, you're going to be made uncomfortable. Even when I talk about the Nazis, I'm not suggesting that any of my students have ever been Nazis, but to understand what the Nazis did, you have to make people uncomfortable because what they did was atrocious. And potentially even talking about that is a divisive concept and could potentially be cited as criminal action against me. Now, they wouldn't hold me off to prison, but what they could do is fire me. And the idea is that state law would supersede even those who have tenure. And that's what makes this so potentially dangerous. And it's going to ruin education across the state of Tennessee. And it applies from ETSU to Memphis and the community colleges like Cleveland State here. It would apply to all of us in higher education, and not just history. It would apply, say, teaching human evolution. This is the state of the Stokes trial. We've already gone through that once before, and this could now bring us back to that. Teaching climate change. There's people that don't want to talk about climate change and don't want to deal with climate change. When they passed, they had a special session back in the fall to grant, you know, to help pave the way for Ford to build an electric vehicle plant in West Tennessee. My state senator voted yes, and then she stood up at the end and said, this is going to help us address climate change. And she's told me, you would have thought I had just come out in favor of Satan, the way they reacted to her, because they don't want to hear about climate change. And so those the people in the science departments that are dealing with earth sciences or biology, dealing with human evolution, those are divisive concepts. They could be criminalized, they could be fired for teaching what their professions have basically worked on for decades and centuries to get us to this point. That's what makes that law so dangerous. Just that they focused on us in history.
Well, Dr. Richmond, so the governor signed the bill into law. What happens if, you know, I'm assuming it'll probably be taken to court at some point, lawsuits.
I think the ACLU has pledged to support any of us who are willing to challenge the
Okay.
law, yes.
So what happens if it gets overturned? I mean, it just
If
goes
it
off the
got
books.
overturned, then we'd be back
It
to
goes
where
off
we
the
were
books,
before
just-
yesterday.
Okay.
And my question is,
Who defines, I mean, is there like a list of what these divisive, like, how do, is it just
The law
generally
does
speaking?
list a number of categories, yes,
Okay.
so we can't talk about things like race and gender and religion and, you know, that certain religions were favored, which, by the way, was true because Native American religions were actually outlawed at one point. And yet we're supposed, but that's because even though we're supposed to have freedom of religion, in the very first line of the First Amendment, no law respecting establishment of religion, the Constitution also denied the citizenship of the first Americans, and they don't gain citizenship until 1924. And so to deny them basic, rights is part of this history of this country. And as I also point out, Tennessee is a Cherokee word, but you look around, you don't find a lot of Cherokees or any other Native Americans because we moved them all forcefully in the 1830s, but we kept the place names. So we have bad history, and to point that out is now criminal.
I think what also you're pointing out, what's your name? Lauren. I think embedded in the question is also who gets to decide what is divisive?
In the language is that anybody, a student.
Right.
Yeah, and I point out, when you look at the Mississippi abortion law that the Supreme Court is going to be ruling on shortly, the challenge isn't necessarily made by the state any longer. It's by an individual that you're doing something unseemly. And so a student could just simply say, oh, you've taught something that contrasts with my deeply held beliefs. And thus, you're making me feel uncomfortable. You're suggesting that I came from a position of privilege and that, I may be a poor white person, but you're suggesting that still, because I'm white, I came from a position of privilege because of denial of basic rights to Native Americans or African Americans or Asian Americans. And so they could file a complaint against me or any professor for that matter.
Yeah, so my understanding too is that it's left up to the students to file the complaint, right? And so it puts the students as the police, essentially. That's my understanding.
They would become the thought police,
Right.
correct?
Right. Others? Questions? Comments? Oh, hang on.
So I assume many of us who are educators here have courses we're teaching, like, for example, next semester, I'm teaching rhetoric and race. So, and I'm sure you all are teaching, divisive courses. So we just go ahead and teach those classes and hope we,
Well,
don't
in
get
history-
fired.
Well, in history, one thing we discussed 2 weeks ago before this was signed, we're no longer going to record our classes. We're not asking our students not to record the classes. So we're going to make it a little more difficult. You might recall a few years ago, conservatives went after a social justice group called ACORN. They were largely registering Black and brown people to vote, but they created these videos that were selectively edited that suggested ACORN was doing some unseemly things. And they destroyed ACORN. And I knew the people of the ACORN chapter in Nashville that were out there registering people to vote. And the group doesn't exist anymore. Later, the full videos that they had recorded were released, showing that ACORN wasn't doing anything wrong. They had edited it to, and just taking bits and pieces to make it look like ACORN was doing something wrong. So people recording our classes potentially, and technology makes it very easy today, makes it easy. So we're not going to give them that opportunity I'm going to stop recording because this law takes effect immediately. So I'm going to stop recording my classes on Monday. I've been recording since we came back because of COVID, because a lot of people have been in and out because of COVID, and I'm no longer recording. And I'm going to ask all of my students on Monday not to record. But I'm not going to change anything I say or do in class. But I'm just not going to make it easy.
Just a note, this is being recorded and
Yes.
streamed on Zoom.
Oh, I will share with you the first day, right before we came back in January. The University of Memphis urged people at faculty to be inclusive in their curriculum. And I thought that was a great idea. And I've even added the little safe space symbol in all of my syllabi now. But when that got to the governor, he threatened the budget of the University of Memphis. So they had to pull back that, saying, oh, because he didn't want them encouraging diversity and inclusion in their classrooms. And so I mentioned that in my classes, and I looked right up in the camera and I said, fuck you, Billy. So I'm not afraid of being recorded. I'm just not going to make it easy for them.
Just 1 second. I have a Zoom comment I want to put in the room.
Okay, please.
Kayla Gore says, thank you for your service being an educator and a role model for many.
Thank you. And thank Kayla Gore. You'll see her tonight at the dinner. If you're not aware of Kayla, she's in Memphis or from Memphis. She's in Murfreesboro right now. She'll be at the dinner tonight. And we recognize Kayla because she's doing some amazing things in Memphis. They're building houses for transgender homeless people. And a lot of people, especially in the trans community, are kicked out of their homes by their families when they come out of the closet. And there are consequences to coming out. And that was supposed to be the central focus of my address today. And so Kayla, who at one time was homeless herself, and she's talked about this on national news, she's made it her mission to build homes for others so that we have a place where you can go and you can, put your feet on the sofa if you want to, but you can lie down and not have to worry about someone attacking you, beating you, and robbing you. And so I just love the work that Kayla is doing, and thank her for being part of this conference, and I'm glad that we've been able to recognize her for her work and to include her in the planning and execution of this conference. And so if you haven't met Kayla, I hope you look for her when we come back tonight for the dinner. You'll love her. She is just absolutely a wonderful person. And thank you, Carla, for those comments.
I wanted to go back to over here, Dr.
okay.
Richmond.
Okay.
Did the history department discuss students with disability accommodations that need recordings of classes?
Yes, actually, because one of our faculty is disabled. And so we did discuss that. Yes, that is a challenge. And so we are willing to make accommodations for disabled students. So if they come to us, so that would be part of my address to the classes on Monday, that if someone disabled does need to have those classes recorded, I am willing to work with them to accommodate them. Yes.
It's fun. Okay, so you might have seen me over here scrolling on my phone. Oh, I'm still there. Okay. So what I was trying to look for, we received an email at the system office level with all of the things about this bill and how it was going to be interpreted by our legal team. And so I wanted to read one of the sections on this, which is it's talking about what this bill cannot do based on their interpretation. And I just wanted to see your opinion on it, see if that's accurate, see if there's anything missing or how it can be interpreted further. So it says Section 7 of the Act specifically provides that it shall not be interpreted to infringe on the freedom of speech as guaranteed by the First Amendment and Tennessee Constitution, infringe on academic freedom, or require action contrary to academic accreditation requirements. Because the stated purposes of the Act include preservation of academic freedom and other First Amendment rights, the Act does not prohibit the teaching of subject matter, does not mandate the teaching of any subject matter, does not prohibit the promotion of DEI provided that such efforts are consistent with the Act, and does not alter or amend any provision of the Campus Free Speech Protection Act, including provisions acknowledging academic freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's a fair
Yeah,
assessment?
we talked about that. They added that. That was not part of the original bill. They added that as part of the amendment because there were so many objections. The faculty senate, the American Association of University Professors and University Women, the American Historical Association, and other fields, we were objecting to that. So they threw that in. It's like, oh, we're not violating freedom of speech. But again, it's the rest of the bill that is so troubling. And that's what's going to have to be resolved in courts, because again, if somebody files a grievance against us, and we're going to have to fight in court. And that's why, even if they had not put that in, I believe it is unconstitutional. It is a violation of the First Amendment. It's also a violation of our principles of academic freedom, which is not a law per se, but it's written into, many of our agreements, policies, and contracts. And so, but it's going to come down to the courts, and it's going to be ugly. It's going to be costly. And we wouldn't have to fight this at all if they hadn't passed it in the first place.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions? Comments? Cleveland State, it's your turn. Okay.
You have my heartfelt support, condolences. Yeah, it is a challenge. I mean, I grew up here in Nashville, and Murfreesboro has really been much more open and accepting. We still have issues and challenges, but I've been involved in Tennessee politics for years, and I know how difficult it is. And like I said, I've been there, and it's particularly difficult in some of the other counties, more so than it is here in Davidson and Rutherford counties.
It only took a minute. So from a perspective, I'm a coordinator of student activities. And so there's a good portion of our population that I never meet, never see, but I'm also in charge of new student orientation. And so in that way, I'm supposed to see them all come through. I would, as just an estimation and my interaction with the students who are very comfortable revealing their real selves to me, I would say upwards of 50 to 75% of our active students are somewhere LGBTQ+. And that in Cleveland, Tennessee is a miserable thing to feel for them. Lee University in the same town has told LGBT students that they're not welcome. And that's where many of our students aspire to go to. And so I feel like it's an upward challenge every day just to make sure that they're getting what they need from us. And I was talking to Walter State earlier. I hate to commercialize it, but shouldn't that be a recruiting tool? Like, hey, you can come do your thing here. At least.
Well, especially a state institution, we're all taxpayers. We have the highest sales tax of any state in the country. So you buy anything, like a Snickers bar, you're paying sales tax. You buy a Big Mac, you're paying sales tax. And you don't even have to be a property owner to pay property tax, because renters pay property tax. It's part of the rent. As I got into an argument with a drunk one day in a bar who said, oh, people who rent apartments don't pay property taxes. I'm like, yes, they do. Because never in the history of the world has anybody put landlord and kindness of their heart in the same sentence. So they are passing the property tax on to the renters. So everybody's paying taxes in this state. And so our state universities have to serve that diverse population. And so they should feel safe. Now, the religious schools, like Lee, you mentioned, they're protected by the First Amendment. But state schools, we cannot discriminate against anyone for any reason.
Sometimes it gives me a little hope knowing that the students who are stepping up as leaders at the college, and those who are willing to speak out, and those who are willing to try and influence their fellow students, in my estimation, 50 to 75% of them are very comfortable in the right circumstance saying, hey, yeah, I'm not going to lead or whatever.
Yeah.
It is. So.
Well, also the Tennessee Board of Regents has in its policy, and I haven't looked lately since they split the four-year schools off from TBR, but prior to that, the TBR policy was inclusive of all LGBTQ people. Now, when MTSU and the four-year schools, we were separated, we actually strengthened our non-discrimination policy. I haven't seen what's happened with the community colleges, which are still under TBR, but MTSU is not. So we took positive steps, and I spoke at Tennessee Tech, and I said, you know, you need to be looking at your policy. And I've met with the president of Tennessee State and urged them to do the same thing. But again, with the community colleges, I don't know if they've changed the policy, but it was there. And I had talked to people at some of the schools, especially in East Tennessee, like Walter State, Northeast State, about that. And even I think it's what used to be Shelby State, about their policies, and to point out that the state of Tennessee TBR does have or at least had that policy that included them and includes you. So I hope that's still in place, and I hope that everybody understands that, and that non-discrimination policy is being enforced. Yeah. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
It is still in our non-discrimination policy that sexual orientation and gender identity expression are still protected. It's a matter of fact, that happens. But it's there.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Okay, this is on. Just to build on what Jen said, that sort of 50% to 70% number sounds kind of, really big, but with my own research, it's not actually that far from the truth, proportionally speaking, because a lot of Gen Z people who are people born between 1996 to 2012, around 50% are non-heterosexual. And that's like a really massive umbrella term, but I think it just goes to show that these sort of bills that are discriminatory against whoever is under that umbrella really do kind of reek of desperation, trying to sort of silence something that can't be. And I think that even though everything that we do to challenge these laws may seem hopeless or may seem really difficult in the moment, the fact is that progress is going to happen eventually at this point. And so I think that's really important.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you. I point out historically, when the 18th Amendment was adopted, the Prohibition Amendment, one I can't stand. And I always celebrate the 21st Amendment in a responsible but responsible manner. What I point out with the 18th Amendment is that part of it was targeted at urban American, especially urban immigrants. And it was ratified in 1919. 1920 is the year we officially became an urban nation. So there was this growing backlash against urban cultures, urban immigrant cultures, this desire to force cultural assimilation on them. And so there was, as you use the word desperation, this desperation to sort of stop this. And literally they passed that at almost the last possible moment. And then as we know, if you study the history of Prohibition, it was a disaster. But they were trying to prevent certain cultures from gaining social acceptance. And there was this backlash against this demographic change that was taking place. And the same thing is happening to the LGBTQ community. We're on television. We have political and business representatives. And so there's a backlash. And this new law and the other laws that Tennessee and so many other states are passing is part of that backlash. But because more of us are out, and there are national polls showing, I think I just saw one that 2/3 of Americans, have an LGBTQ person in their family, and they support that, that family member. So we are making progress. And so this is part of this act of last-minute act of desperation, while they still have political power to keep us from exercising rights. And I think we will prevail in time. I think the future is on our side because the Constitution is on our side. And history, as Martin Luther King said, history bends towards progress, although I add a section to that. But it also happens because people make it happen. And we are making it happen. And in Tennessee, they're fighting back against this. They have political power at the moment. Here, I believe we have political power in Washington. We just have to exercise it.
Anyone else? Questions? All right, if that's no longer any questions, I think, thank you again, Dr. Marissa Richmond. And we have a gift for you, so don't go too far. Don't go too far. We have a gift for you. She runs away. I wore my running shoes, so I'll catch you. On behalf of the conference planners, supporters, MT Lambda, the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences, and the Conference Advisory Board, thank you for your support of our efforts to present this worthwhile event. We want to especially thank you for your commitment to taking the next step. And we ask that you accept the small, or rather large, token of our appreciation. So thank you so much for being our keynote. All right, so we are moving into our lunch break, the networking and religious and community organizations fair from 12 to 1:30. Will has some instructions about lunch.
Okay, so take a good look around this room. I know we've gotten very comfortable in here, but we are now leaving it for the rest of the day. And they're going to set it up for the dinner. And when you come back tonight, you aren't going to believe what it looks like. So what we're going to do is take all your things, go out those doors and pick yourself up a lunch. You're going to get a sandwich, a cookie, probably from yesterday, but whatever. Some chips, a nice cold bottle of water. We don't want to fill you too full because tonight we'll be having Monterey chicken, Origo fare, roasted garlic potatoes. You'll be receiving a salad and rolls and cheesecake or chocolate cake for dessert. So don't fill up on lunch and come back for the dinner because I bought 150 of them. And you're going to eat them until they're all eaten. So don't fill up on lunch. So out that door, grab a lunch. There is a vegetarian option. I don't believe there's a full-on vegan option. And that's at the end. Go into this room over here. So out the door and in the next door, the Community Religious Organizations Fair is over there. They're all set up and they're waiting for y'all to come talk to them, and they cannot wait to have a full room full of people. So please chat them up. They've gone out of their way to get here. All right, thank you.
What do you want?
Yeah. Yeah, everybody got one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels weird that I have leftovers. Maybe I miscounted. Okay, thank you. You've done great. And you're kind of done because now the fair is just, it's milling about. And then Kathy's going to teach us to do meditation. And she's just going to yammer. Well, I didn't mean like that, but she's going to do her deal.
Okay.
And
Do I
then
need to introduce her?
you can.
Okay, because I was planning on staying till 5.
Okay, yeah, you can introduce her. And then when that next panel comes up, it's meant to be a discussion. And so yeah, pretty chill.
Okay.
It's
And
just
where is
people
all
sitting
that?
there.
Is that?
All that's next door.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're leaving this room now so that they can get lunch ready
Okay.
or dinner ready.
But don't hesitate to go.
How much of the room are we? That'll have to do.
Yeah, so the reference I have. So if you're coming 24 from the north. 99. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? Good.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe your son fell.
Oh.
So you might want to.
Probably in the. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, and well, so I had actually, we might know some of the same people because
So that it's like this.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, when we came back, I.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, there's another one.
Yeah. For, heavy string. Don't work. All right. Y'all got lunch?
Thank you. I'll be back. Got it. She says. Nobody.
Oh, so really like north and south. Yeah. He's from Tennessee.
Folks, we're gonna see. We don't have high hopes, we're gonna see many people.
We'll be doing this Friday.
How are you? I'm doing very well. Test it. Anyway.
Some things for the
Sorry. David, Chris Warren. I think we might have met before. I was good friends with Michael when he was here. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're from First Cumberland.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a pastor too. I was his administrative assistant.
Okay. Okay. I don't want, I'm gonna try not to think about it because the job that I have right now is hard enough. I don't want to think about it if it doesn't go away. Well, I can imagine that. Oh, is that right? Yeah. I think I did. I think I came by the table when she was there. Yeah. I wrote to her the other day because we're doing a program over the summer. I haven't heard back from her yet, but we do a program over the, well, we don't do it. We host a program over the summer called Project Transformation. Have you heard of that? It's a program for kids, just finished kindergarten, 6th grade, so just finished 5th grade. And we help them read. It started as a reading program to keep kids, where they kept their reading level up over the summer because we do it at the church. We host it with a lot of other churches helping. And so I invited you all to be part of that, one of our church sponsors. So if you talk to her about it, let her know about it. Oh, sure, yeah.
I'm gathering propaganda for.
Oh, good. Well, I'm a good provider of propaganda.
Okay.
I didn't know what that is. Yeah, no. It's a number of some. Oh, I know. It's our tax exempt number at Walmart. Anyway, yeah. Please let her know that I'd love to talk to her about it. If it's something you guys aren't interested in, that's great. But it's just such a really good program. This is going to be our 3rd year hosting, and it's going to be our 1st year when it's fully in person. And the 1st year was just a drive-through thing. It's kind of good. So anyway, I don't want to keep you from meeting other people.
Yeah, that's the best way to get the picture. And you're from?
I'm going to school here, but I'm actually from outside Knoxville. Yeah. Lenore City.
I used to serve a church in Knoxville.
I've heard of it.
We're right here in town. Go out to Rutherford Boulevard. Cedar State. Yeah. But when you get to Broad, you know which one Broad is?
Yeah.
That's the Circle K.
Old McDonald's.
Yeah.
I grew up very Baptist. I just walked off. That's like
Oh, I'm sorry.
We also went to the Catholic church with my grandparents, so I would say I'm just like a little bit of everything.
It's a little bit of everything. Isn't it? So we have special things going on. And of course, everything that's in the brochure is on the internet. That's the rock star. These diplomas, they were on rocks, they were chiseled.
Thank you so much. I think it's for Holy Week because I can't go home this week. Thank you. Whatever the next one.
Because we already have.
Yeah. Well, I go to school here at TSU, but I'm from Bradford County. We all put Chattanooga, we're trying to get different, that's right. Pretty long. So, was it?
So we're.
Yes, that was.
Yeah. We're doing that kind of stuff.
I grew up in the Catholic.
You see anything like discrimination because of religion or trade or crosses in government property. Commandments, the courthouse, anything like that. Give us a shout. Sorry.
That's okay.
I went to Catholic school.
Oh my, you got a good dose of it, didn't you?
Yes, I was taught by him. I've attended sometimes, not most practices.
When I was going to school here, I went to Holy Baptist School. You know where that church is? It's not bad. I didn't get a lot of But, you know. never know.
Just interested. Religiously interested. Yeah.
Especially those in the
Yeah.
villages, you know.
Yeah.
So much.
Definitely. Yeah. Sometimes in nice ways, sometimes in not so nice ways. Either the subtle and then the blatant. Yeah. Interesting. Mike, where is it?
If you go down Rutherford to the left, where Roger.
Okay. Okay, I probably look.
It's like 5 to 10 minutes.
They are, but it looks like it may not be this legislature. Session, which ends pretty soon, so one is open, but it's not gonna matter because what people do is like. So what they're trying to do is undo the federal legislation, for marriage. So they put this thing up with but they neglected the fact that they did say that in previous legislation, child marriage is not allowed. Now, we had previous legislation. But it's like, okay, woman, what, child marriage is allowed. But there's been enough of an outcry that they're having in. I still don't want it to pass, but at least they had amended it so. Federal versus state rights. Right. Radical states' rights. Yeah, so
Does this thing work? They literally say that every time. Is it, can you guys hear me? Oh, I do that. And then they be like, hey, put it down. You don't have to speak it to me like no, it's like
Where is this one?
We're over like where Broad and the main.
Okay.
Like
I passed one. I used to live down here when I went to school, but that was 100 years ago. Yeah. Okay, well, they got a garden, a community like garden or something. Oh, okay. They got it all wrong. They've got it all wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could grab 15, that would be great. Also make sure.
I'm a Presbyterian minister. I'm like flaming liberal side of the Presbyterian, so I always explain it type of thing. So, I'm on the conference board, just welcome. Appreciate y'all.
I can't understand. Does this thing work? What are you guys doing back there? I don't know.
It depends. We have what we call the more light Presbyterian churches. And those do.
They're still. Ours. The national virus.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It was good. I know. I was like, I gotta give it to them. It wasn't good.
But we appreciate y'all being here for our conference.
Sure.
It was like a hope. It was hope. A taco stand? Where is one in here? What's it called? Because I really don't know none. So I just be like.
I'm on the conference board. Yes.
Doing well. How are you? I will be here in the fall, actually. Cleveland State Community College in Bradley County, kind of close to Chattanooga. Maybe. Well, I'm in a group, so there are 5 of us. You could have. Psychology. Yeah, psychology. Oh, really? Yeah. Probably, but some of the textbooks I've had even are just ancient. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I think so. Yes, I'll be transferring in as a junior. I'll probably minor in theater and the women and gender studies. So I have like a pretty broad. Okay, so I've been raised. Let's see, I was raised like Baptist / Methodist. I mean, it was very, like, I loved it when I was there until I realized how, like, hypocritical my church was. Like, once I stepped out of it, I learned so much more about how I didn't want to be like that. So I feel like I've kind of been taking a break from church because of that. I have. Right. No, we're leaving tonight and then I'll be back in. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look at all of my options because I definitely, like, that's still a core value of mine, like my religion. I just feel like I've been silenced in a way by the church that I used to go to. Made me feel very, like, I don't know, it kind of brought me down a wrong path that I didn't want to go down. Just, but oh, really?
That gives you an idea.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I like it.
Hello.
Thank you.
This is Adam. Right?
Yes. I'm from Georgia, but I go to MTSU. Marietta. I went there. Band is great. I was in theater though. Well, it was my brother actually was here. He's 3 years older. He was super looking at college, but he didn't end up going here. But then I like saw him and thought it was a good fit. I was raised in a Catholic church. I don't go to that for a few reasons. But yeah, because I'm transgender, and after I came out, they're like, we don't want you using the bathroom. And so it's like, I have to teach at some point. So they're just like, we're uncomfortable. I'm like, well, I guess I will read that. Yes, my mom and I were talking about finding like a different church. It's like that's probably pretty close to like. So yeah, we had like a whole conversation in the car one time. Yeah, she still goes regularly. My brother's really, my dad hasn't really been going, but.
I mean, I guess it. No wonder why you don't like that number like this.
audiovisual.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be filmed. It's a power
On my church, I had ran the audio board for it.
We just upgraded our whole
I was thinking of big being like a second person. That's kind of like what my job is now. Video film. So, wait, where do you go? Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
There's some good.
I personally really like Professor Vincent. I actually didn't know.
They haven't really told me, but.
That's tough. I guess.
Have you had Bowen yet?
Yeah. But it was like over Zoom, so like class. Yeah, I did single camp too. I wasn't really planning on doing that. I got the talent.
Suggested William Chilson.
It's a new class, so you have no idea what to do. Everyone.
I was on his spring break.
Oh, I heard so many bad things. I've heard nothing but bad things about it from anyone, literally about classes, about this, that, and that he was just like so mean.
He's like, grab all the stuff.
Yeah. No, it was for casting.
Yeah, I was.
I'm a producer for one of like the scenes we're doing. And like I'm not even don't do anything in that. He just
Anyway. That's what I had some problems. They were telling me about the priority.
Yes, so I have some of my own church issues, but
I did it because I thought it'd be fun, but I didn't know the professor. If I had like known him before, I know anything like that. But it's such an easy way to do nothing. So just like
What about Wisconsin?
yes, recently they've had their own issues, have to say, but when I was growing up there, it turned into a problem. I grew up very well funded in education.
I've gone to a couple meetings, but I got really busy last semester, so I didn't. And then this semester I'm doing the show incentives. So I've been doing that, but I've also been doing that. Yeah, no. Chilson went on the set.
Okay, I've heard about that.
Did you heard about it?
One binder, because kids, they don't want paper anymore, they just take pictures.
He went on. I was like, I'm not a big fan.
Yeah.
That was on like trial.
Yeah, I was. Because Dave asked me to be on the show, like for like an interview, and then I decided I would help with like the lighting. But because I was like, well, I like do shows and things, so, like I don't think it's gonna continue, but I have had like more problems with Dave for the personality. I mean, because I'm not the closest friend, and then like Dave, like after that incident, the way he was handling it was very great. yeah, it's like, 'cause I don't know how much you heard about it, but it's like after he said that one thing that like doesn't let him out of the
I just heard that like he went there.
Oh, he just said something like to someone else, just that it wasn't a great thing about it. And then he was like, what did you say? And then like kind of they had like a confrontation, and then they started walking towards me. I'm like just sitting in the chair. And I'm just like, please don't come over here.
Yeah, they like went off of this. Have a card. One of them brought it to me.
Hey there. I'm Jared. Yeah, nice to meet you, David. I'm interim pastor to Open Table here.
And then he went outside and like took
No offense, but.
I might see her.
Yeah. If you have time.
Yeah, I don't think the show's gonna continue. To be quite honest, I'm pretty sure the one that they had this past Thursday was the last one. Just based off. But like he was trying to get like stuff like organized and everyone involved, but I guess like, just the way he was handling it didn't seem the best. And I feel like he just
a little while
didn't keep the attention of people. I was like, I'm gonna stick with it for the rest of the semester, like because I agreed to it and like that's the thing to do. But like when he was asking me, like he's like, do you think I handled the thing well? And I was just like, I mean, I was just like, well, I mean, you are wrong about. And I was just like, he was like, Wilson just didn't like the fact he said that because people probably don't stand up to him very often. So like probably really, but like I didn't say anything about actually how Dave. I was trying to be careful about it because we were about to do the interview, and I'm like, I don't want to be on his bad side. Yeah.
I'm in Bragg.
If I like, I'm really bad with faces. I'm also like not wearing the regular attire that I wear, so like you probably see me not even recognize because I have like something different. I have like this hat that I always wear and like this hoodie that I wear all the time.
I'm Jared. I'm working with Open Table Christian Church. I just started working with those folks. Where is Advent Lutheran?
Go down Rockford where Ron comes
Okay. Well, no, because my spouse and I live in Nashville. And then a neat thing about today is I've been wanting to know Murfreesboro a little bit better. I've never really been on the campus here, so that was new. I used to commute down to Shelbyville, and then I was always like just glancing the outskirts of Murfreesboro, and I was always thinking like I should really go into town more, and I just didn't have reason to. Thank you all for being here. What you do.
If you want to email Michelle, if you want to get in touch with her.
Yeah, I'm here lots of info.
Only week, so. Where's this next to the church? Yeah.
I'm sure the office one will get to her.
Yeah.
It's my mom and office.
There's the website and everything.
Perfect.
I'll get it, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's meet you.
Yeah, if you get a chance, say hi to our folks too. Open Table. They're right there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sure enough.
Have a good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. So, you're Middle Tennessee?
Yes.
What's your major?
Journalism.
Journalism. So, that's a different. Right? You're a man.
Oh, yeah, same college. Same building. Yeah.
We didn't have all that stuff.
I'm from Smyrna, and I live here somewhere, so.
Born and raised?
No, I was born in upstate New York. Kind of just nothing really. Yeah. I love that.
So anyway, that's Catholic diet.
A little bit. You got, all I got from that was that you guys aren't Catholics.
Okay.
So yeah, that makes sense a little bit. Yeah.
So we have a structure.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
We don't have,
Okay.
If you
yeah.
take a left on that road, then it's like 5 minutes.
How are you guys doing? Epic Lutheran. I knew your former pastor. Michael, yes. Yeah, we had actually started discussing, I think we brought a few of our magazines up there, but at the time it's called Focus News. We're Connect Media Group now. We got rid of that one. We still do a magazine, but it's digital, it's online. But we also do events. And one of the events that we have is an LGBTQ plus focused health fair, where people can come and feel safe to be able to find a provider that they need, if they're transgender or lesbian, gay, whatever, it doesn't matter. They need to come and see, like I said, who they might be able to interact with and find, within their lifeline. So I'll send you guys an email if you guys can do it and let your congregation know, in case you have any folks there that might be interested. Sure, great. What email should I send you? Do you have a-
There's attorney.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, it'll get to it fast. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I know, well, thank you for being here today. I'm also the advisory chair board, so thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
How are you? Sandy? Yes. Not the specific one, but I know of the Lutheran. No, I live in Nashville.
We're the Evangelical American Greeks.
Okay.
Not Missouri Synod. Well, we're pretty well. Missouri Synod. So anyway, we offer, I think, some real good.
Carissa. Yeah, there it is. Let me see. It's on my sweater. I teach here. I work here. So I'm actually on the planning committee of this event. So far, yeah, it's been really well. History and women's gender studies. Thanks for being here. You too.
I just think it'd be cool if we could get local churches and workers all together. And just,
You want to
Yeah.
Just recording of the event. Probably be on our Facebook. If that's okay. Thank you for coming. Yes. We appreciate you being here. Nope, I'm just coming around, making sure you get this picture, chat about it a little bit. Kathy Light, you know Kathy and Matt. Okay. Kathy is a supporter of this event. And Matt's up for an award. Not yet, no. They'll be here for dinner. They're coming to the dinner. I don't know if they're coming for. They'll only come to the dinner. Okay. I'll just let you know you can if you'd like to, and I'd have to surprise. I come back at 7 o'clock. We're having Monterey chicken. Could be delicious. Green beans. I'm sorry, I'm calling it Oracle there. Sounds good. Roasted potato.
I don't know, I just, with the ones we have, I can ask.
Someday when I die, my son.
This one.
Yeah, that's Yeah, so the story is.
Which way?
Yeah.
Well, awesome.
Joining me for the walk back?
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, no, that's the other thing we do.
So I collected a couple resources that students might figure they maybe I can take some for them.
There's brochure. It's got
I teach communication and gender studies.
That's not true. Your mask.
Hi. Do you know Dr. Sultan? Yes. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, she's awesome.
Concerned about how many we use.
Awesome. Graduating this semester or next? Yes.
This is gonna be beautiful.
I'm a senior.
Different kind.
Different. So,
Well, those are the best kind of changes. Yeah, yeah, actually, I'm teaching in women's and gender studies. I have met students, unfortunately, too many, not like a huge number, but I've met students who either are not out to their families or in some cases are disowned from their families. And so that does exist here. And so I'm aware that students do need resources in a religious way. So I myself am not a practitioner, but I think that people need those resources. Yeah. Not really.
The church does a lot of work.
Yeah, not really. We just more so, like my sister became an atheist at age 12. And I grew up in a very kind of, although not out of the closet, queer kind of family, but my holidays were always a bunch of single people, like who never married, and they were sort of like our family. So bunch, and they were all from San Francisco. So I grew up in a space that the only person who was very religious was my mother. So some of my family continues also to be Methodist or are much more deeply involved with the church. But so after my sister became an atheist, and a family friend who spent all the holidays with us was an atheist, my mom stopped fighting on the go to church day. But she always said she likes to go to church to sing. She likes to sing.
Yes.
So, and my dad, he always told me that he believed in a higher power, but as he didn't know what that higher power was. So, from my kind of spiritual approach or life approach, I definitely don't practice anything that supports like patriarchy or inequality, which so many churches do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there was a T-shirt on this documentary that played yesterday at this conference, and the T-shirt that the person was wearing in the documentary, it said, "Love the sinner, hate the sin," and everything was crossed out except love. Which I really like that, yeah. So I sometimes consider, I'm not a Christian simply because in our nation that's so intertwined with oppressive politics, but but I sometimes have thought about like going to a Unitarian service or something like that, because that's that community aspect that I think, like my aunt who was very involved had that. My partner, unfortunately, was burned by the church to use your language because he was raised by parents who were pastors at the time that he was being raised. And he went to a Christian school where his dad was pastor. But that school had paddles with all the kids' names on them. And, yeah. So it really, so his experiences as, and he was done, and he still does, but he had like ADHD, and so his experience in church is like always getting in trouble for things that he had no idea what they were, and experiencing podcasts as a result of it. So, bizarre contradiction in my mind, because some of the people that I've met, even if I haven't known them closely, some of the people who I've shared space with were deeply religious in a variety of things. But like I had a professor when I was in undergrad who was Buddhist, and when she walked into the room, the room changed. And I've seen and I've interacted with other people like that as well. Kind of people that truly have an energy of peacefulness amidst us that they've arrived at through their spiritual practice. I find that so appealing and desirable and wonderful, and then all that other stuff. That's good. I'll leave you on deck.
I'm just walking around. I'm just walking around checking out all the organizations. I'm the vice president for Lambda, that's who set up the overall conference. Trying to be. Working my way for a doctorate. I'm a psychologist. Yeah, I'm just going around checking out the organizations. Yeah, it was great to meet y'all. Me too.
Questions? One of my first is going to be a church that's the best you can.
Then I have a friend. But it's like all this.
There's not stuff every day.
Go in. I'm not doing too good with this. One more time. Was to use these to raise the
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, you can have it.
That's. Good job on this. Whoa. Y'all playing the bars?
Yeah, it's just me, Rachel, and Matt. About half a week.
Yeah.
So,
And when I come in sometimes and there's all this music, but there's no band, I go, now that's when that technology really works.
So you were involved? Yeah. Okay.
And so they tells you
I'm sorry to make y'all unpack.
under my lunch. I know you should go there. That's all churches do. Make it okay. Yeah, but this is our new pastor. Okay? So if you're on a weekend, 10 minutes away from it, she talks about it. And on the internet.
Thank y'all so much. I'll definitely be sure to look more into it.
You ever need anything? Okay.
Thank you so much, and you both have a great day.
Yeah. You will? Oh, you're running the machine?
Yeah,
What-
well, Dylan has. He just texted me about that. Look at this here. Because
Yeah.
well, we haven't been seeing much of COVID, so we don't think it's COVID. So they told her that, but then she went back today for a test.
So,
Probably. Bill's been having to go to the doctor. I don't know about, he wanted to start.
Oh, yeah. At least she got all the bulletins.
Yeah.
She can,
Got all the words.
she can be sick now.
Yeah,
You know?
so.
All right, well, we'll see you.
Yeah.
You're still in your apartment.
One 10-foot pole, 2 green.
Oh, I thought that.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna have to use my phone to film this, so I'm trying to get the email to me. Huh? I'm sending myself the link so I can get it on my phone. Yeah. Folks, on Zoom, I'm gonna get my phone liberated so I can go around and show you the stuff. We're about to start the session. Hey. Do you mind knocking next door? I think Haley will have to do it. Yeah, I guess I could have just opened the conference webpage on my phone and done it that way. But this works now.
You have to, you're okay?
Yep, I'm gonna pin this in the Zoom once I get in. For those of you joining us on Zoom, I just want to be able to walk you around. So we should be very close. Now I let me in. And
Recording in progress.
that was unpleasant. Okay, somebody on Zoom, please mute. I'm hearing some background noise. We're gonna go get in a session real quick.
Dallas. Okay, done. So, before I say anything, I'm gonna start with a welcoming meditation.
So cool, Haley.
Your hands can be in your lap or, in sometimes a palm small like this, whatever feels comfortable.
Can you hold this for a second? They've got this in one.
Folks, if you sit on how would you easier and better? Automatically put this position that feels a little better. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Any of you done or that's like mindfulness or yoga? The above. Okay, let's just start. Keeping your eyes if that feels comfortable. Or you can have a downward gaze a couple of feet in front of you. And welcoming yourself, congratulating yourself for being here today. Let's start by taking 3 deeper than normal breaths, just at your own pace from the belly. Just 3 deeper than normal breaths. And when you finish with these 3 breaths, returning to your normal breathing. And allowing your body to sink and soften into the support of your chair. Just allowing it to sink and soften into the support of the chair. Ground, feeling the floor supporting the chair. And noticing what it feels like to be completely supported. And just noticing any sensations that may be present in your body at the present moment, and just noticing them, not trying to change anything, just noticing what's there in this moment. And allowing whatever comes up to be just as it is. Noticing your body in the chair, where your back, perhaps resting on the back of the chair, arms on the chair, feet on the ground. Noticing all the sensations. And now moving to the top of your body, to the top of the head. And this will help with alignment. Imagine that there's a strong, thin thread going from the crown of your head, the very top of your head, up into the sky. Just imagining a gentle pull, crown of the head up into the sky. And notice what that does to your body. So you have this grounding from below and this gentle pull upwards. Allowing your face to soften. Allowing your shoulders to drop. Allowing your belly to release. And see if there's anything else, any place in your body that you may want to release or let go. If not, that's okay. Just allow it to be as it is. And sitting in this support and welcoming yourself to this space. to this session, to this beautiful conference. Allowing yourself to gently come back to the room, to awareness. You can open your eyes if your eyes are closed. So we'll be doing more of that. That was just your taste, your affirmation. And you guys are awesome. Wow. I could really feel, could you guys feel the energy just kind of, yeah, that doesn't always happen. So that's fantastic. So that's what's called, what I call a welcoming meditation, just to allow us to be here together and sort of welcome yourself to your space. But we're going to do a couple of things today. So this is how I envision things for the next, I don't know, hour and 15 minutes. I want to tell you a little bit about, I'm not going to talk very much about, just didactic stuff, but what meditation is, mindfulness meditation. We're going to I'll tell you a little bit about my own experience as a meditation teacher. And then we're going to do a little walking meditation. I don't know if anyone's done walking meditation. It's really a nice adjunct to sitting meditation. If some people just don't like to sit and meditate, they like to do movement meditation. So I'll introduce you to that. And then we'll do a longer sitting meditation, if that's comfortable for everyone. And then I'll save some time at the end for a little bit of processing, what we call inquiry and questions. And I also, you don't have to look at it right now, but I gave you some folders with lots of handouts in them, some of which I'll be covering today. I'm also going to give you a few pieces of information also in your folder about working with mindfulness in the moment. So, like it seems pretty easy and straightforward when you're here in the chair. Oh, you need a folder. You can just select whatever one you want. That's gonna happen. Anybody else need? Here you go. So I want to just briefly also just talk about what do you do in the moment when you get triggered, especially because we're human, we all get triggered, every one of us. And so what are some of these techniques? Again, we can do these things on the cushion or in the chair, or walking or whatever. But what happens when we're triggered in the moment? And that's a real key part of mindfulness as well. And I think also engaging mindfully with one another. And that's like the key, so that you can engage mindfully, grounded, and compassionately with everyone you encounter, no matter what. And that's hard to do. But the more you practice it, right, your neurons start to fire differently. And then those neural connections start to go, oh, I don't Sometimes I'll do a welcoming meditation just to get everybody kind of grounded, especially if everybody's feeling a little off. You can feel the energy in the room, right? And so a lot of times I'll do that. So I started to incorporate it for many, many years and teach in the community, and I teach at Vanderbilt Center for Integrative Medicine. That's where I received my advanced training in mindfulness-based stress reduction. So as an advanced facilitator, and I've continued to work with them and do some meditation and offer classes, etc. So that's my meditation experience, and I love to share meditation. If I could just teach meditation all the time, I'd be really happy. I don't know, I might get burned out, but it would be nice. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little walking meditation. So what I would encourage you to do, but you don't have to, you can take your shoes off. I usually take mine off. But it's really up to you. Just because you can feel the ground a little bit more, please don't feel that you have to. You can take your shoes and your socks off if you want to, whatever you feel comfortable with. Has anyone done walking meditation before, like a formal walking meditation? So if you would be, okay, good. And by the way, this singing bowl, usually I'll ring it at one time at the end of a session. So when it's time to like come back to somewhere we're changing or something like that. So you'll hear that when we're done. So you don't have to worry about time or anything like that. Okay, so if you're able, let's go ahead and stand up. And then I'm going to tell you a couple of things before we spread out, and you can go anywhere you would like in this room or in the hallway once we get started, okay? As long as you can hear the little bell, but I'll make sure I round you up as well. So with walking meditation, it's about mindfully. Oh, let me give you the definition of mindfulness, sorry. Mindfulness is paying attention in the present moment, on purpose, non-judgmentally. That's the definition of mindfulness. So key things: paying attention, on purpose, present moment, and non-judgmentally. That's really the difficult part. Because when we're meditating, whether we're sitting, doing yoga, doing whatever, our judging mind tends to come in. Oh, I'm not doing this right. I can't do this. See, what am I doing here? This is stupid. Whatever it is, right? And so it's about, okay, let me bring it back. Let me bring it back. It's always about bringing it back to whatever the object of meditation is. In this case, what we're going to be doing is the object of meditation is going to be the walking. So a couple of things. I'd like you to try to slow down your walk. So in other words, you don't want to be racing across the room or wherever you're choosing to do your walking. And mindfully step. So there's a little mantra you can do if you'd like, but literally lifting the heel, stepping, lifting, placing, stepping. Now it doesn't have to be that slow, but it can be.
Do you do Chai Tea too?
I do Qigong. Yeah.
I could tell.
I really wanted to do Qigong with you guys today. A few little bit of Qigong, but I had shoulder surgery a couple of weeks ago and I can't get my arm up to show you. So I figured that wouldn't be very helpful. So I decided to do walking instead. And it's more accessible because you can do it anytime. You don't have to go quite that slowly. So here's the thing, find what feels good for you. So like right there, that's a little out of balance for me, So I'm gonna probably step a little bit so I'm not going off balance, but you can do this, lift, place, lift, place, or you can do like heel, toe, whatever you want. And the key is really to try to stay focused on the walking. So when your mind starts to wander, and it will, bring it gently back to what's happening in your walking, to your feet, and really just feel, what does it feel like? What does the ground feel like? What does it feel like to mindfully walk? And it feels really good when you do this barefoot on grass. That's the best place to do it. Because you're grounding and you know, earthing, all that kind of stuff. So it feels really good when you do that, but it's nice practice anywhere. So you might want to try it when you're out, you know, or when it gets a little warmer, and you can do those kinds of things. So your hands can be, sometimes I put them behind, I can't do that because of my shoulder, but sometimes I put them behind me. Sometimes I put them in front of me, or you can just keep them naturally at your sides, whatever feels the best for you. Find the pace that works best for you. One other piece of information. One of the key things, and what I would like people to do is just find a spot and kind of try not to run into each other, but find a spot and just kind of straight line and then a turn. And this is where I want you to be really mindful. Turn, this is an interesting mindfulness thing. So I'm going to turn, and I'm not just going to go like this, okay, which is what we all do. I'm going to stop or do something like this. Try something like this. You don't have to do it. I'm going to take a deep breath. This is the way I usually do it. Turn. I'm saying this to myself usually. Turn. So you're noticing your turn. Before you start to make your way back down, another deep breath. Just notice what your body's doing. Notice what your body's doing. That's really what it's about, noticing whatever's there. Does that make sense? Okay. So you can start wherever you'd like to start. You can do this in the hallway. What we typically do in class for our MBSR class is we kind of just, a lot of us will find a path, like some people go this way and some people go this way. And you can make it as long as you want or as short as you want, whatever you'd like to do. And we'll do this for about 10 minutes and then I'll ring the singing bell. And again, focusing, and I'll remind you of this, focusing on what's happening in the body. So you can begin whenever you'd like. Allowing whatever allowing whatever is coming up in the body and the mind to be just as it is.
Mindfully, slowly making your way back over to your seat. Whenever you're ready, no hurry, just mindfully coming back over. No rush. Mindfully moving back into the circle. Just mindfully having a seat, and you can feel free to leave your shoes off if that feels comfortable for you. I tend to leave mine off. And as you come to your seat, again, focusing on sinking into the support of your seat. Focusing on your body alignment again with that strong, thin thread at the top of your head going up into the skies. And the lower half of your body being supported by the chair and by the earth. Hands resting wherever they feel comfortable in your lap. Just noticing how your body feels in this moment after doing that short walking meditation. Notice any sensations, physical sensations in your body. Just do kind of a scan and notice if there's tingling or tightness, or perhaps it may be no sensation, and that's okay, just notice that. Moving into a little bit longer guided sitting meditation. And again, allowing whatever is happening to be just as it is in this moment. In mindfulness, we don't have to change anything. We don't have to make things different. Just allowing whatever is there to be. Whatever is there physically, emotionally. Just allowing it to be just as it is. Gently bringing your attention to the toes of your left foot. So bringing your attention all the way down to the toes of your left foot. Just noticing the toes. Noticing sensations or lack of sensation. Moving into the foot, noticing any sensation or lack of sensation in the foot, the left foot. Moving into the ankle, the front of the lower part of the leg, and noticing sensations here, or again, lack of sensations, just noticing what's there. No need to change it or focus on it, just allowing it to be. See if you can really come into your body, into your physical body at this point. And if it makes you uncomfortable, or if you're not able to focus on whatever body part that we're focusing on, you may just focus on a neutral area of your body. That's okay too. Neutral, like your elbow or your big toe, whatever feels comfortable. Moving from the lower part of the leg, both the front and the back, the calf, shin. Moving to the knee of the left leg. Allowing it to be just as it is. Gently moving your attention to the upper part of the leg, the thigh in the front and the hamstring in the back. Just noticing this part of your body. Bring some gentle attention to this part of the body. Moving into the left hip area, the lower groin area of the left. Allowing it to be just as it is. Noticing all the sensations or lack of sensations in the left leg and the left hip. And gently moving your attention over to the right side of the body and down the right leg into your right toes. And noticing any sensation in your right toes, in your right foot. Perhaps it's a little tingly, perhaps it's cold, warm, numbness, aching, neutral. Just notice what's here. Gently bringing your attention to the ankle on the right leg and then up into the lower leg, the calf and the shin. Noticing what's here. And then attention into the right knee. The joint of the right knee. Moving your attention to the thigh of the right leg and the hamstring in the back of the right leg. Just noticing sensations, could be throbbing, heat, cold, tingly, tense, neutral. Now gently bringing your attention to the right hip and the right groin area. Notice any sensations here. Now moving your attention to the belly and the pelvic area and just allowing whatever is here to be just as it is, and perhaps allowing your belly to let go if there's some tension there. See if it'll let go. If not, that's okay. Just be with whatever it is. Sometimes it helps to take a deep breath here. all the sensations of the belly and all the organs, everything just below the diaphragm. Just noticing what's here. Moving around to your low back, top of your hips, low back. This is an area where a lot of people carry tension or have pain. And so notice what's here today, right now. And allowing whatever is here just to be. If you're experiencing pain in some part of the body, particularly in the back, the neck, just allowing the pain to be and knowing that it'll pass and that it changes from moment to moment. Moving your attention gently to the upper back and the shoulder blades area. Again, another place of tension for a lot of people. Just noticing what's here, allowing that area to let go. Seeing what wants to let go and relax. Focusing on your entire spine, your shoulder blades, back of your shoulders. Now mindfully moving to the front of the shoulders and the chest area. Again, noticing what's here in the chest and the shoulders. And seeing if anything wants to relax here. If not, that's okay. Just allowing it to do whatever it wants to do. Moving your attention down both arms, down into your hands. Noticing any sensation, whether it's positive, negative, or neutral in your arms and your hands. Moving your attention to the front of your neck and up into the face, and allowing your face to just relax and be off duty. Just allowing all those little muscles in the face and neck to relax. Inviting them to let go. Teeth are slightly parted. And allowing the tension to, perhaps allowing the tension to let go from around the eyes, from the jawline. Noticing the back of the neck, again, a point of tension for a lot of people, and allowing whatever is there to just be, inviting the tension in your neck to let go. Anytime your mind starts to wander, just bringing it back to the area that we're focusing on in the moment. Allowing your neck to be just as it is. The back of the head, the crown of the head, just noticing sensations in the scalp and at the top of the head. And again, noticing, just doing a quick scan of your body and see if there's any areas that may want to let go further. And inviting that area to do so. Allowing your body to sink more fully into your chair and into the ground. Gently bringing your attention to your breath. This is an object of meditation that's pretty accessible to most people. If it's not, you can bring your attention back to some area in your body. But just notice your breathing. Notice the rise and fall of the chest and the belly. And notice what area that you feel the breath most prominently. So the area where you feel it most prominently, if that feels okay for you. Again, if this is not a good object to focus on, maybe focus on a neutral area of the body. Notice where you feel your breath. Is it mostly in the belly? In the chest? Throat and the nose and the mouth. Just noticing the breath as it enters your nose and mouth and travels down the entire body. Allowing your breath to nourish every cell in your body. Allowing your breath to be the object of your meditation today. Perhaps noticing sounds outside your body, in the room next to us, and just noticing, not trying to change them in any way. Just noticing what's there. And allowing what's there. And moving into your inner landscape, just noticing anything that you're hearing inside your body, perhaps noticing your breath or the sound of silence, ringing in the ears. Just noticing internal sounds. Allowing the sounds to be just as they are. Right here, right now, in this moment. And anytime thoughts come up or emotions arise, gently, gently, gently guide your mind back to your breath and your body. You may have to do that over and over many, many times. Just gently pull it back to the breath and the body. And just watching as your thoughts and your emotions arise. It's almost like sitting near a stream or near the ocean and just watching them on the waves and knowing that they're just going to pass by. They'll disappear into the larger vastness of the ocean. Thoughts arise, the emotions arise, they disappear. And allowing that over and over in this moment. Being with whatever's happening in this moment, physically, emotionally. Gently bringing your awareness back into your body and noticing your seat below you or the floor below you. Gently bringing your attention back into the room, the sounds of the room, people in the room, space in the room. Gently allowing your eyes to come open if they're closed, and just allowing your body to do whatever it needs to do to reorient. Some people like to stretch, move a bit. I threw a lot of techniques in there for that one meditation. So how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? So before we talk about what that was like and maybe what the walking was like for you, which we call inquiry in this meditation process, let me talk just for a minute about using mindfulness in the moment. So we've experienced it, and some of you experience it on a regular basis on the mat or in the chair. By the way, it's okay, wherever you want to practice is okay. So some people like to lie down, and if we had yoga mats, some of you might have been on the floor, and that's okay. Some of you like to sit, again, standing's okay. It's whatever feels good to your body, or you may change it up. So I usually sit, and for my own meditation, I usually sit on a cushion with what's called a zafu. It's another cushion on top of it. And it brings your hips up and forward a little bit. There's all types of cushions you can buy, but you can just sit on the floor if you want, or you can roll up your yoga mat, or you can sit on a pillow, or whatever feels comfortable for you. I think that's the main thing. But the other thing, and I've tried to focus on this a couple of times, is the posture in meditation is very important. So if you're in a chair or on the floor, you really do want to have that upright posture, because that allows the energy to flow freely. So if you're hunched over, tight, that automatically tightens everything. The breath doesn't move as freely. So you really want to be mindful of your posture in wherever you're sitting. So let me get out. You have this handout as well. If you want to look at this, you don't have to, but if you would like to, it's on the right-hand side, the right pocket. Yeah. The right pocket, it's the third one back. It's working with difficult emotions in the moment. And there's one in back of that called the 3-minute breathing space, so you can follow along if you'd like. So I don't know if have you guys heard of this technique called RAIN? You probably have. Isn't it fantastic? Oh, nice. Interesting. Yeah, and it's interesting what comes up for us, right, in terms of our object of meditation. And for a lot of people, it is water. And of course, I mentioned water, but water images, cloud images, maybe no images, whatever's happening is okay. But water's a really good image to use because of the flow. And you can use it like, okay, this is my mind. It's like, here's my thoughts. And they're on top of the water and they're flowing by. But underneath that is stillness. Underneath it, the depths of the ocean is stillness. So we have all this stuff churning up all the time. All of us do. We're humans. And we have all this stuff that's churning, right? All the time. And that's the waves in the ocean, or that's the, the turbulence in the stream, or however you want to look at it. But when you go down deeper, it's calm and still. And in these mindfulness meditation techniques, we can go down to that calmness and stillness. And I actually have that. I don't know if there should be a little postcard thing. I don't have one in mind. There's a little postcard that's one of my favorite quotes on the left side. It says, "It's always still in the depths of the ocean. Likewise, the heart of awareness is always silent and at peace." It's my favorite quote. And thank you. And on the other side of that is some of my contact information. So if you want that for later. But anyway, back to the RAIN. This was this is a technique that was developed and is taught by a meditation teacher, a Dharma teacher named Tara Brach. Amazing teacher. She's one of my favorites. And her name's on the back of this sheet. But it's basically about, okay, so great, we've meditated and I've meditated and I, you know, whatever the experience was while you were meditating, you may feel calmness, you may feel agitation, whatever it is, but a lot of us feel calmness. But then when I'm taking it out into the world, someone triggers me. Traffic, someone in traffic, somebody says something rudely, you know, whatever it is. I mean, I could think of 5 examples just from today. And our immediate reaction, because it's human, is to go, you know, like tense up. So the practice is, how do we take the practice of mindfulness into everyday life? And this is just one technique. There's lots of techniques, but this is the one that I resonate with, and you can take this and throw it away if you want to. But it's acronym RAIN, so it's easy to remember. I actually had to do this in class the other day for myself. I didn't do it out loud for myself. I got triggered by something that was said in class. And, you know, it really got me deep, right? We all have those deep triggers. And I was like, okay, RAIN. And then I took a moment, I paused, and I did this. It's good for, like, if you have kids, if you work with kids, if you have a difficult, it's really good to use these techniques, because kids respond really well when you don't respond with like, ah, you know, like, get out of my face, get out, which is what we want to do. So anyway, first recognize what's going on. Oh, okay, I'm triggered. Just recognize, that's the main step. Allowing, okay, so I don't know if you noticed in that meditation, the guided meditation, I use allowing a lot. Allowing whatever is happening to be just as it is. Allowing, you're not pushing it away. You're not saying, no, I don't want, you know, whether it's pain or a big feeling or whatever, you're not trying to avoid it. This is where it gets kind of difficult. It's not avoiding, it's just allowing. Oh, okay, I'm feeling, to yourself, you know, I'm feeling X. I'm feeling frustrated, discouraged, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so allowing whatever's there, and we can do this on the mat in our meditation practice, and then we can practice it out. Let me just say this before I go on. It's a really good place to practice this. It's kind of neutral, is in the grocery store. So checkout lines, lots of crowd, or in a crowd, and people are kind of, you know, getting a little antsy, maybe kind of pushing you, maybe saying stuff to you, or, you know, whatever it is. It's a really good time to practice, because you don't really, assuming you don't know any of those people around you, they're just neutral. So there's a great place to practice your brain. Okay, and then investigate. This is the hard part, because it's like, okay, I'm allowing, and then investigating. What needs my attention right now? What's really going on? You know, I'm feeling angry, but what's beneath that? It's almost always fear. Almost always. So here's my anger. Let me investigate this further. What's beyond that? There's a couple other things, you know. And then right here too, you can do this sort of self-care and self-compassion. What do I need right now? Do I need to walk away? Do I need to take some deep breaths? That's a key thing. Take some some deep breaths. Give yourself a moment just to pause. It's like that 10-second thing that, you know, what our grandmothers or mothers used to say, you know, just pause for 10 seconds. There's something to that. And that allows the brain to kind of switch off when it gets activated. So at that moment, what do I need? What do I need? Now this is hard when you're really triggered. I would not recommend doing this with the person or persons who trigger you most. I wouldn't recommend doing it to practice. Let me say it like that. So to practice doing this, maybe somebody who's a little triggering, or again, somebody who's neutral, but not the person. That's down the road. That's down the road. And then the last one is nurture with self-compassion. And that one's the hardest for most of us. Self-compassion. I'm feeling scared. This person really scares me. I'm scaring myself. My reaction is scary, whatever it is. And just meet that with compassion, curiosity, courage. I use courage a lot. Okay, I can do this. So whatever resonates with you. And you notice I naturally put my hand on my heart. And so when we need or want to feel that self-compassion, a lot of times we do this naturally, but it does help to do this. Just, taking a deep breath and doing it with another when you're listening. And when you feel, I gave this trick to my students the other day, we were talking about stress. And, like really stress in the moment. So the RAIN technique, but there's a lot of little things you can do. So the breathing, taking the breaths, when you're really feeling anxious, and you just are really triggered, this tapping with this one, right above or actually right below the collarbone, the clavicle right here. If you take your fingers and kind of tap, it's a really good technique to kind of get that parasympathetic system. And it's just a few times, and you may do the other side. Anyway, people are going to be like, what are you doing? But that's okay. So like just this tapping, gentle tapping, when you're really stressed or having a difficult time with emotions, or you're triggered or trauma, whatever is happening. If you're able to, sometimes it helps to take an ice pack and wrap it in something. Obviously, don't put it right against the skin. Put it on the back of your neck. That helps. Again, calm. The parasympathetic nervous system needs triggers to help it kick in. So breathing helps. That's like, okay, this is good. This is time for me to, that means I can calm down. Ice helps. Ice here and also sometimes right here, if that's not too uncomfortable, will help. So these techniques, the RAIN technique that I just gave you. And then there's one other, this 3-minute breathing space is also in your handouts. It's very similar to the RAIN, but it's just like, okay, awareness, like we just talked about, gathering, bringing attention to, and then expanding our field of awareness. So it's like, okay, what's happening? And here's what we usually do. I could go on and on about this, but I promise I won't. Here's what happens for most of us. We start to become aware of where we feel when we're hooked. You know what I mean by that? Like emotionally, when we're hooked. We usually feel it in a particular area of our body first. So you might start to notice, that's awareness. Okay, where am I feeling this? Where is this in my body? And if you become aware of, okay, that's where my fear is, that's where my anger is, whatever, then you can start to notice when your body starts, gives you that signal. Oh, I'm feeling fearful. I'm feeling, and then at that point, you can do some deep breaths. You can expand your awareness. You can allow whatever's happening. I think one of the most difficult things to work with is, well, trauma is probably, emotionally one of the more difficult things. I wouldn't say the most, but can be difficult, is pain, chronic pain. And to allow the MBSR classes, the mindfulness-based stress reduction classes, were originally developed for patients who had chronic pain. And it's very difficult because with pain, we just want to we want to move away from it. or a difficult emotion, right? And that's your normal thing. It's like, just just go away. And this is totally different because we're allowing whatever's happening to be. Allowing the sensation. Allowing the fear. Allowing the sensation of, oh my gosh, this is never going to go away. This is never going to end. And knowing that just like the ocean, just like the stream, everything changes. Everything changes moment to moment. Everything. Right? So in the classes, like if you were taking an 8-week MBSR class with me, we do a lot of techniques around that. And you would be like, you know, each week you're building on and you're learning new skills to allow and to accept and to ground. I just gave you kind of a taste of that today. I want to read a poem before I open this up to you guys for questions. It's a lot of, I really love poetry at the end of the mindfulness sessions. This is a poem by Mary Oliver. One day you finally knew what you had to do and began. Though the voices around you kept shouting their bad advice, though the whole house began to tremble, and you felt the old tug at your ankles, mend my life, each voice cried. But you didn't stop. You knew what you had to do. Though the wind pried with its stiff fingers at the very foundations through their melancholy was terrible, it was already late enough and a wild night, and the road full of falling branches and stones. But little by little, as you left their voices behind, the stars began to burn through the sheets of clouds, and there was a new voice, which you slowly recognized as your own, that kept you company as you strode deeper and deeper into the world, determined to do the only thing you could do, determined to save the only life you could save. Mary Oliver. I love that poem. So, questions? Anybody like to share their experience?
Say I do a lot of yoga, and I feel like this kind of comes into yoga a lot. One of the breathing practices.
Oh my gosh, yoga is one of the most wonderful things you can do. Yes, it's that same. Anytime you're focusing on breathing, right? Yeah, good. What else? What came up for you with the? Let's go to walking. What came up for you during the walking meditation? What was that like?
So it was kind of boring for me first. So I felt like
Were you able to kind of bring your mind back to the walking meditation? Yeah, good. So a little off balance for some of you. Did you find yourselves, or did you find yourself, let me say it like that, going, oh, this is so stupid. I just want this to be over. Because that's not an uncommon feeling either. You know, or like, yeah, I don't really like this. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
I like.
You like the sitting?
I it was very relaxing. It's not.
Yeah, gotcha. And this is an important point. It's really about finding what works best for you. So, or trying to find what's best for you. So, you know, I tend to like sitting meditation as well, and Qigong, which is a movement meditation. Some people find movement meditation irritating, agitating.
I didn't like the walking or the walking one because it kind of helped me like feel, because I have like my left of my hip is like shifted to the left because of an accident. So like I could definitely feel it, like I could feel like my body trying to like compensate for the movement.
So you liked it or you didn't like
I
it?
did like it.
You did like
Because
it?
I could definitely feel like I could feel where I could like that injury occurred.
Oh, yes.
And like
you
my body's
noticed.
kind of compensating, like my body compensating on this side whenever I walk.
Oh, interesting. So noticing that your body's compensating, noticing where there's pain perhaps, or maybe an uncomfortable feeling, or just a feeling like, oh, yep, here we go. Yep.
She's 24.
Yeah, yeah.
Something that I noticed, I also kind of got the off balance thing as well when trying to.
Yep.
Like as I was walking, there's there are things going on in my head too, because I'm thinking about the walk.
Oh, yep.
And so there was some good stuff sort of that, like as I was doing meditation, I kind of tried to allow myself to walk a little bit more naturally rather than kind of being like rather than being that mindset of walking in.
Gotcha.
Like so still like letting it do it and being in it at the same time, like both of those things at the same being. It was just interesting, like transition from like making myself like forcing myself to walk certainly to going the more natural way. I felt it's also very like metaphorical.
Yeah, beautiful. That's beautiful. Yes, yes, yes. Understand.
There's kind of that cool understanding when you like switch your walking from heel to toe to toe to heel.
I love that feeling. I mean, how often do we do that? You know, no one, everyone's just like, I'm gonna go this way, I'm gonna go this way, you know, and we never stop to go, oh, this is what it feels like. Were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I struggle with meditation a lot. I had a Reiki session and I couldn't get through it. I literally like, I can't sit still that long. And it's not even, it's like I just need to be doing something. I need to be feeling productive. I need to, and the walking really helped me be able to focus that into something. At one point, I was like, oh, I took my watch off. I'm not getting credit for these steps. No judgment. So that was really helpful. And I think that's an interesting thing to think about, along with what you said. You started making it intentional, walking that intentional way, but that was like not a relaxing thing. It was not a meditational thing for you. And really changing that up was part of what you accomplished. And if I start to think about maybe how I can accomplish meditation by sitting down and just being like, maybe that's doing enough for me. And just putting it in a different place.
Nice. Yeah, that's actually a really good point too. A couple of things. Sorry, I'll get to you. A couple of things with this, which is a really good insights, by the way, everybody. And that is finding again what works for your body. And there's a lot of movement meditation. You know, there's walking, there's yoga, qigong, tai chi, and so finding again what you're probably going to resonate with all of the more movement, meditations, and just allowing yourself to go, I really don't like sitting meditation, and also allowing that I'm just going to sit here for 5 minutes and that's enough for me. I worked with somebody last year who really did not like sitting meditation at all. Well, yes, and then we start berating ourselves like, oh, I'm supposed to like this and everybody else and blah, blah, blah. There's not a right or wrong, but he found that just sitting for 5 minutes was all he needed to do. And that's great. That's what we ended up with him. And that was fine. Yeah. Yeah.
I think at first with the walking meditation, I struggled with being mindful in the sense of like the judgment towards myself, like feeling like, everyone was doing it. I felt like, oh, I look dumb doing this. or,
Oh,
you know, I
yes.
feel like I'm silly for being like that. And, but I eventually like chilled out and I got into it.
Nice.
And I started to like notice the way that I was walking and the way that I could have walked and the way that I don't know, I think I would prefer the sitting meditation. Because I don't know, I just feel like I can let my mind wander a lot more when I walk. However, when I am like in this still space, I don't know, I think that was more effective to me.
Nice.
I did notice that like my mind would start to wander the longer it went on. But once you brought up like the water and everything, I started to think of all of my thoughts as like me hurling this thing into the ocean.
I do that too. That's actually
It was
great.
really interesting. I surprised my mind went there, but I would think about like, oh, what's gonna happen tomorrow when I go to work or whatever. And I was like, okay, that's not relevant, you know.
You were able to do that.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
And it
great.
was, I like that, and I like the allowing yourself to, allowing like your body to feel what it is.
Yeah.
I have a really bad neck cramp, and I have all day. But I think like acknowledging that as just for what it was made me like more understanding that it's just gonna happen.
Yeah, yeah.
And that like it will go away because it is moving.
Yeah,
You know? I don't know.
everything changes.
Yeah.
That's
I
really
like
big insights. Those are, so I'm curious, I mean, I think really, yeah, we're a little over, but can, if you guys need to leave, can I go like 2 more minutes? Sure. Are you sure?
I mean, I'm not the sayer, so.
Okay,
Will does.
I'm gonna go like 2 more minutes if that's okay. If you need to leave, that's fine too. But I'm curious what you did with the judging that came up with the walking. So like you found yourself going, oh, you know, do I look stupid or whatever you were saying, the self-judgment. I'm curious what you did with that.
So what I found to be effective is so I've done theater a lot in my past.
Gotcha.
And so, you know, I had to conquer that side of myself because when you're in theater, you have to embrace the gross, the ugly, the, you know, the horrific.
nerves.
You're like vulnerable completely.
Yeah.
And it's been a while since I've like let myself into that again. I've been in school virtually for 2 years. It's kind of like I'm refining that in myself. And so what I did was I just like while I was walking, I just decided to stop. I like took a deep breath. I like try to bring myself back to that mindset of, you know, we're all vulnerable here, and like all of us are in this together, and that's like the community that I want for myself and I want for everyone. So I kind of, it helps me to look at it in a more like wholesome perspective, I guess.
Nice, nice. Yeah. So kind of almost like compassion for, you know, yourself and for others. You sounded like self-compassion. Did somebody else have their hand up? Are you sure?
So we have time.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate you all being here today and allowing me to share my afternoon with you. It's an honor. Thank you. And I wanted to let you know in this also, there's a little guided meditation. There's a couple of pieces of information with resources. So, you know, like guided meditations that you can get. I just forgot the name of those types of things. So you can like download. What's the word? Thank you. Apps that you can download, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a whole list of books and other things, and you can always contact me. So you can contact me here on campus or on this website. That's my personal website for meditation. So thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
We also have a little gift for Dr. Crooks. So on behalf of the conference planners, thank you for making time for us today and presenting your workshop.
That's so kind. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope the rest of the conference is great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so our next session is at 3:30. Yeah. So that is the issue summit out in academia. So we'll take a short break and then come back here, I believe, at 3:30 for that particular.
I'm in one of his intro to cogs classes.
Right now? In cognitive?
Yeah.
He loves that class.
It's a
Are you
great
in the
book.
afternoon or the morning class?
Afternoon.
He loves that class. He comes home and he's like, oh my God, did you here's the questions they asked? And it's like, look at all these good students.
He's like literally like our little section. He pops himself down. He's just like, all right, let's start talking.
He's great.
We have so many people in that class that are just like super psychology people.
And you know, he's so smart.
Yeah, he's freaking genius.
He is. And so like everything that comes up, he can answer. I'm like, how do you know that? I was like, I don't know. Oh, I'm so glad. So Sophia?
Yeah.
Sophia. She, her. Okay.
Then I'm the vice president for Lambda. I basically set up half
It's
of
so nice
this.
to meet you.
I've really enjoyed that. I do, yeah, 'cause I do a lot of like yoga meditation. I think a lot of it comes because some of the, I don't remember her name. I just do her videos on YouTube, but probably like every 4 or 5 days she posts a like mindful meditation video instead of a yoga video, so you can go from yoga to meditation. I think it's
It is. That's okay. Who's president of Lambda?
Adam.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'll probably be president next semester.
You want? Yeah, you probably will. I'll let Dr. Bernstein Stewart know that
Yoga
you
with
sent
Adrian.
it. What is it?
Yoga with Adrian. Really good yoga videos.
Wow. Thank you.
Me and my roommate doing together. You're welcome. We have a great afternoon.
You too, thank you.
I started.
did. Yeah, Cheryl Turkey, like, I was meeting with really like background. But like still, yeah, I was like, I just like, yeah, I feel very disconnected. So also my first year was really yeah, it's fairly. But yeah, I did.
I love Mary Oliver.
I really resonated with that.
Oh, I know.
That's
why it was a little odd.
It was, I like that. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
So awesome. So responsive in a way that yeah, no, I mean, like, it's like, I knew that at the time too, but I was like, maybe some sort of. Thank you. Which yeah. Yeah, we got bigger offices. Maybe some people get fancy building. I love the offices. Yeah. Yeah, I worked on it with yeah, they're so big. And I love like kind of the modern design. I worked on an event with Carmelita and social work. And I actually like there's less because hers is in. I like that strip of offices. That's cool. But so I spent some time over in that building. So yeah, it's really beautiful. For the first year, that's over there. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Thank you so much.
I need to, sorry. We're just gonna come and gather the chairs and start. Okay. I was like, I don't know what anyone was talking about. I'm not supposed to.
Tempted to ask Adam for like 5
Oh, hello.
Hello.
So with this chair. Okay.
So what this I appreciate it. Greg.
Probably, I did not shoot that whole time. Yeah.
Let's stay here.
All right, I'm just gonna do it like that.
Are you serious? Yes, I was like, This is where I sat for last night.
Fly out of the car.
And like, all of her stuff. So, like, to fit her style or whatever. She's really, style from like seeing. You can like reclaim some of that. We were talking about the other day about then you realize that
I'm not sure if it's a lot.
style or whatever. It's fantastic. And then it's trying
I'm pretty sure.
I would highly suggest.
Well,
Not-
actually.
I'm not a fashion person. Like,
I don't know if it's around the and then I have this. The door.
I gotta get Tyler set up on the Zoom, and then I'm gonna put my laptop where y'all can see it. Where it's facing the group. So wait just 1 second. I gotta get this figured out real quick. You're just gonna lose a minute off your thing. Tyler, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I don't hear you. Hold up. Okay, talk again.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna set this up so that you're a part of the group. And then the audience will be able to see, the people on Zoom will be able to see out in the thing. And so Tyler is also on your panel. So I'll put this over here. Hopefully I have enough battery. Yeah, okay, we're good on battery. So here's your other panelist. No, let's do it like this. That'll be all right, right?
Am I the only panelist coming in through Zoom?
I think so, yeah. Let me.
All right, well, I can't see the other panelists, but it's great to be here.
Can't see the other panelists because we don't have a camera on them.
Right, right.
Where did I put my program down? Oh. So is Beck here? Oh, okay, join. Take that chair. And so the people who are in the Zoom audience, if somebody wants to log into it on their phone and point the camera at the panel, we can open it with Tyler. If you don't mind, yeah, that'd be awesome. And then it can point at this group. And that way the folks on Zoom. And then Beck, I'm gonna have you, whenever somebody comes in the waiting room, click admit.
Okay.
It's super easy. There'll be a blue button here that says admit.
I know how to do it. It's
Okay.
just the remembering to do it piece. Oh, here. Oh, small myself over, sorry.
No, I don't.
I guess you could have it. It'll pop up towards the top. There's just, it'll say, just to string it over.
I can do it. Can you click up there?
I'm gonna co-pin the other laptop. And you'll have to turn off your volume. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Tyler, can you see the room now? And the panel?
Yes, I can.
This,
Hello, everyone.
this panel spreads itself out. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry, I don't bite.
Yeah. Go ahead and bite. Good luck. All right.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Dr. McCoy. We are moving into our issue summit. This is the Alabama Academia Summit, so we will be here for the next hour. The panelists and participants will discuss what it means to be out in academia. Participants will learn strategies for coming out and how to navigate personal and professional relationships while living as their true authentic selves. We have discussion leaders Beck Thompson. And then we have Tyler Kibbe, who is on the Zoom. And then Roberta Shepritz, Justin Reed, Nan Blumberg?
Good enough. Blumberg, yes.
And Sophia Zagalski. Yep. Oh, good. Awesome. All right, so I will yield the floor to them.
Okay, I think that I knew that I was leading the discussion. Thank you. Okay, so just to start off, if everybody could introduce yourselves, tell us where you're from, be sure to say your pronouns. And if you want to talk just briefly about like if you're out, how long you've been out and that sort of thing. So you can start, or I guess I'll start and then we can go down the line. So my name is Beck, I use they, them pronouns. I'm here at MTSU. I've been here as a student for a while, but I've really been teaching classes by myself since 2018. And I've, been out as queer the whole time. I've been out as non-binary in the classroom starting in probably like 2019.
My name is Zofia Zagowski. I'm a psychology student here at MTSU. I use she, her pronouns. I actually came out with my customs day to my mom when I came to MTSU. So that was November of 2019. I think it was like November 23rd or something like that. I was in the military after high school in the Air Force as a firefighter. Leaving the military, I went to work at the Nissan manufacturing plant in Smyrna, and now I'm here as a psychology student full time. Go ahead, Tyler.
So my name is Tyler Kibbe. I use he, they pronouns. I'm currently a doctoral research fellow at Humboldt University in Berlin. I have been out as queer for the last 9 years in higher education, and I've been out as non-binary for the last 2.
I am Nan Blomgren. I teach up at Volunteer State Community College, and I've been there a long time. I came out in the 20th century. I came out at work at the turn of the century, and I've been out at work ever since.
I am Justin Reed, he, him. I have been at MTSU. I am the director for the student unions here, and I've been at MTSU for 14 years. I have been out on campus for 17 years. So you can figure that out, how that all works. And I have a husband, and we have a 5-year-old that definitely is on campus a lot. So.
I'm Roberta Chevret. I'm a communication studies faculty member and women's and gender studies faculty here at MTSU. I use she, her pronouns. And I feel as a bisexual person who's identified as queer in bisexual sense, probably when I was a teenager, I have to come out as so many, as everybody does really, but I have to come out at work basically all the time. And I have to do it kind of consciously and visibly and strategically because otherwise, since I partnered with a man, that could be erased or folded into presumptions about sexuality, although I find that straight people are more likely to presume that I'm straight than like members of the queer community.
Awesome, thank y'all. So to start out with, the title of the session is Out in Academia. What does that mean to you? What kind of perspective do you bring in? What does that mean to you, and how do you enact that wherever you are in academia?
Really, I would just start by it's really just being inclusive and being allowed to be visible on campus. Leaving the Air Force and going into Nissan, I didn't have a great experience about being out and visible in my gender and I was generally just targeted in both those areas. So when I came to campus and I actually found Lambda and I was able to get involved with things like organization events, things like weekly meetings and finding friends, it meant so much in the world to me that I knew that I had people who were here to back me, and I knew I had faculty and I had other students who were here to have my back. Tyler?
So for me, being out in academia means just being loud, because especially in the administration of the university, if you're not constantly reminding people that, hey, I'm queer, I'm non-binary, then it's very easy for them to stick you on a diversity committee and then forget about you and forget about sort of the issues that you represent. So being visible, yes, but also being loudly visible, I would say.
It's an interesting question because I've been at this for decades now, and it has changed over time. At first, it was mostly for me because it takes a lot of energy to stay in the closet. To just sort of hear people saying things and not really react to it, it's just really, really hard. And then I came out strategically in order to get the non-discrimination clause expanded for our college. Sexual orientation was included, and that involved coming out in a very public way at my college. So it was letting people know in the room who had just been saying some pretty awful anti-gay propaganda that I won't get into because you all know what it is, because they didn't think there was anyone in the room that they were talking about. And when they found out, it was a beautifully awkward moment. It was just perfect, but it was still really, really difficult. And it scared me because I didn't know what my future would be at the college. But it ended up being really well. I ended up having allies in good places. So at first it was for me to not have to expend that energy and also to be able to use it as a way to make the campus a little safer for everybody. At the time, I was the only person who was out on campus. And I look back and it's just hard to believe. We have thousands of students and hundreds of employees, and I was the only one who was out. But since then, it's become a little bit different. And now it is, as others have said, it's about visibility. Because I think it's important for students to see that there are all kinds of ways to be who we are in the world. I mean, I'm pretty much not a very interesting, middle-class, middle-aged woman, but that's okay. I mean, that's one way to be who we are. I have other colleagues who are a little more, they're just in the world in different ways. And we all appreciate each other and we all understand that there are just different ways to be comfortable. And I think it's important for my students and for some of my colleagues to see that. I think visibility is important because the stereotypes continue until they can see people in front of them who break those stereotypes. So it's become just a matter of just existing at this point and being someone who is very visible on campus, who has a pretty high profile. So it started out being for me, but then it becomes really for everyone else who's around.
So when I started as a student here, I was out as a student in the theater and dance program, middle, and so as a student and then becoming a staff member and then growing in my roles on campus, I don't know what it would be like not to be out on campus. When my husband and I got married, half the university I felt like was there. I mean, I've always held a position at the university where I work with all of the upper administration on a number of different things. So visibility, I think, is very important in the academic world. For me, I think it's about just me being me, living who I am, and being open about my situation. For example, like I mentioned, we have a son. Anyone who asks if you are one of those people that ask me, you know that you better get a cup of coffee and sit down because I will tell you the whole story from the very beginning to today. Because I think it's a fun story. It's a really cool story how it all happened, and it was 100% this university that made it all happen. So for me, I think that it's about living who you are in academics and being true to yourself.
I'll just carry on a little bit regarding the visibility theme in terms of different ways of being visible. And so some of the ways that I'm visible as queer include through my scholarship, of course, the things I kind of focus on, and that makes me visible both on campus and also throughout my discipline. And then there's other sorts of signaling that, as I mentioned, for me, I do deliberately and actively. I mean, I've got a little rainbow keychain that's always like sticking out of my bag because it's big and furry, and otherwise I would lose my keys. And I have a big rainbow sign on my door for students. But also kind of disrupting the various kinds of cis, heteropatriarchal, racist, hierarchical norms that really are all intimately bound up with gender and sexuality. And so when I think about like queer disruption or disrupting like respectability politics, for example, I mean, you've seen the people at the conference all weekend, clearly like we're all very fashionable and fabulous. And that's one way, but that's been, there's a history, right, of course, of signaling through like fashion, but also like,
For example, in a communication like instructor, like for public speaking meeting one time, I talked about my getting arrested topless while doing dissertation research with feminists. And there was one individual who very much tried to make it a thing later on, make it an issue later on that I wasn't professional. And the idea of rendering not only like legit research that got the letters behind my name, but the idea of rendering something unprofessional because I talked about women's like bodies or toplessness is completely ludicrous. And actually today, if it weren't so cold, if I stood in the right light, you'd be able to see this kind of fabulous like cage sort of bra under my shirt, just barely. Not too much, so don't worry, Zoom audience. You know, it's not like nothing. But my point being that this whole idea of repressing like sex, sexuality, and even like extravagant gender performances, I don't know, it took me a long time to even be comfortable, even though I always wanted to wear lots of makeup and high heels, even when I was a kid. Like, it took me a long time to actually be comfortable with doing that because of how I thought it could be read. I didn't want to be read like as a Barbie doll, but I wanted to be read as someone who loves glitter and, you know, shiny, fabulous rainbow things. So.
And I'll kind of add, like, thinking about being out in academics, like, obviously the, like, being out to your coworkers piece, but like, kind of as, like you were saying with the scholarship and everything, that's something that really resonates with me too. I did my thesis research on the trans community, looking at identity language. So I was like interviewing people and everything, and had kind of an interesting time because to kind of add, I don't think that I actually went over my timeline very thoroughly at all. Undergrad was not out in any capacity up until like senior year-ish, and then came out as queer, started figuring out my gender stuff early grad school, and like struggled a lot with like kind of not wanting to be out, wanting to like just suppress everything until I could move to do a PhD program out of state or something. And clearly that didn't work like I wanted it to. But figuring out how to navigate being non-binary, doing research with trans and non-binary people, and there's kind of like stigma behind some of that to a certain extent, like people like the me search kind of attitudes and whatever, as though somebody being in the community makes their ideas of it less objective, whatever that is, which, and I've done a lot of thinking on it, you know, personally looking at, especially as a social scientist, like your own personal perspective, what you're bringing is so incredibly important, and being able to talk about that or like acknowledge that within your research. So being kind of out in that regard, like in scholarship, as well as in the classroom, and I teach gender studies. So like in discussions, you know, we're bringing in, you know, personal things. I like, you know, in discussions, we kind of talk about how we can see this apply in our everyday, and people, you know, sometimes it's talking surface level, but sometimes more vulnerable things come out. And, you know, I also want to be able to contribute some of that as well. So it really changes the whole dynamic. I couldn't imagine teaching women's and gender studies closeted. That sounds like, that just sounds oppressive. Like, so yeah, those are kind of some of my thoughts. So looking at kind of reactions to people, I know you spoke on some folks' reactions a little bit, but does anyone have anything? It says LGBT diversity can potentially raise a wide, oops, sorry. If you want to talk a little bit about just the impact or the reactions that you've had to being LGBT, I guess, kind of how, what it was like initially, or like, kind of how you navigated different people's reactions.
So my journey to this point has been a lot of rough waters. Leaving high school, going into the military, my big thing was I'm leaving home so I can go transition. I'm getting away from all the noise. I'm getting away from the family. I'm getting away from all the current friends, and I'm going to go transition, be myself, and then I'll come back and kind of figure it out from there. That's not how, as much as we want to plan life, that's not how life works out, and other things come into equation. When I made it to Little Rock in the Air Force, the very first day I was there, and I was so excited to go be myself. I got all dressed up, went out to the club, came back, and at 11 o'clock, as soon as I got in my room and got all my stuff and was taking all my clothes off, all I heard at the door was fire department. And I was like, well, there goes my life. And from that moment till the moment that I got out, it was just 2 years of de-evolution of de-evolving attitudes, people getting more and more intense. And then that was I want to say that was 2 months before Trump came along to sign the anti-transgender bill. So as soon as that happened, just the attitude slowly devolved into the point that I was kicked out. And then leaving that point, I wasn't out to my family. I wasn't out to my friends. I wasn't anything. I was working at Nissan, and at home I lived as myself privately, but when I was around other people, I never did, because I was really just ashamed. And I mean, at that point in my life, I felt like so much had happened because of my gender that it was just wrong. Like I've lost my career, I've lost my job, I've lost everything. I've made my family upset. So what's the point? If there's no point to live, sorry, let me get emotional. There's no point I didn't think that there was a point to be myself if it wasn't going to be with the things I needed, with the resources I needed, like my family, like my job, like all that kind of stuff. But slowly over the next year, I want to say it was a year after that it was just too much at one point. At one point, I realized that I was just going to work every day, coming home to be by myself, to live as myself, but it's not really, you're not really living unless you're living as yourself in front of everybody. So if you're not out in school, if you're not out at work, you're just, I think this really comes to if he was here for the film festival, for the Lavender Country Film Festival, and he said his dad had told him, well, if you keep running around the corner, if you keep running and hiding whenever I come around, you're going to live to think that you're doing something shameful, but you're not doing something shameful by being yourself. And then I think at one point it was just kind of a boiling point when I was coming to MTSU. I kind of hit me that, well, I'm coming to another new place where I'm going to meet a whole bunch of new people. I might as well just start from the beginning, start from fresh, and just be myself and not have to come here, come out, reintroduce myself, and kind of put myself back into that vulnerable position. So I think it's all about just being true to myself, and then just coming to MTSU. I've done a complete 180. I mean, I was living depressed. I was I'm not gonna say I was on the verge of suicide, but it was very in front of my brain. But coming to MTSU, I just did a 180 to the point where I feel motivated to do stuff. Like I feel motivated to do stuff at Lambda. I feel motivated to be a part of my community. I'm gonna leave it there. Tyler.
Thank you for sharing that. That's, an aspect I think that we, in our own way, we each go through, and it's good to be open about that, and sort of be raw emotionally about that. My own experience has been a bit more complicated in a different sense. So bring in some intersectionality. So I'm queer and non-binary, but I'm also bipolar and schizoaffective. And so for my own experiences, I find that in cishet dominant spaces, which is the vast majority of the academy, I'm being marginalized for my sexual and gender identities. And then in LGBTQ affirming or dominant spaces, I'm being peripheralized for my neurodiversity. And so I'm in my own academic career, I've ended up in this catch-22 of, if I try to fully be who I am and be out and proud and public, which is important, because there's other students who may or may not be queer, but also have neurodiversity in their own varied ways, that need someone to sort of recognize and say, okay, I can do this. But when you're being your full complex self, you can quickly find out that the LGBTQ community is not perfect. And so being sort of isolated in that way, you almost have to pick and choose. It's okay, what do I want to share with these people so that they don't exclude my work or exclude my perspectives? I can talk about being queer when I apply to different fellowships, but I can't mention neurodiversity because I'll automatically get rejected. And so occupying LGBTQ spaces and being LGBTQ in cishet dominant spaces is just made infinitely more complex. And in terms of my career, like I said, it's been kind of isolating.
So this is a rough draft. So, because I'm not quite sure how to answer this. I teach at a small school that is a semi-rural area north of Nashville. Some of our students have come from little tiny towns that they've never really left until they've come to our very small school. It's a very red county. I won't mention the name of legislators, but you would recognize their names. And so we have an administration who has to not make them angry because they control so much. It's a diverse campus in some ways, but when I first got there, it was very, it felt like a religious school. And no offense to the religious, I am in a Venn diagram, there's a lot of overlap of the things that we all believe in. So it's not that, but I would be in committee meetings where there would be, they would start with a prayer. And I came from the Midwest and I thought, where am I now? What have I done? And because I'm at a state school and yet we have this. And so over the years, because of that environment, and because we're very much a part of the community, and I'm not saying anything bad about four-year schools, so please understand what I'm about to say. I think because I've been part of universities as well, and they tend to be a little more insulated from the community in some ways. The town and gown, we don't have as much of that. We have a little bit of it, but we don't have as much. And so one of the things that I've had to do over the years is really, it has challenged me in some ways to think about, you know, I can ask for a diverse campus, but that also means I need to accept a diverse campus. And so there may be people there with whom I disagree on a lot of issues. There are people there who are pretty sure I'm going to burn in hell forever. Okay. I made a class gasp once when we have the same evangelist who comes on this campus, and he comes to ours, but our campus is smaller, so he's louder. After a day of him being there in class the next day, students said, well, why doesn't it bother you, the things that he says? And he says some really inflammatory things, and that's what he does. And I said, and I made them gasp, and I'm not quite sure why, but I think I know why, because I said, I just don't believe him. And they gasped. And I think they meant I was rejecting sort of his particular brand of Christianity. It's like, no, I mean, I literally don't believe him. If somebody called down the thunderbolts of Odin, I would feel the same way. It would be like, I don't really care. He can say those things. So it's been in talking to my students, and I've had many come to me and say, you're the only person I've ever told about this. I have many students who've come out. And I think and we have to challenge ourselves too, because if we're going to ask to have a home on our campus, we have to open our doors to other people who feel about us the way we feel about them. And so I've become much more accepting of people who do not wish me well. As long as we're civil and as long as we can get the work done, I'm okay with that. That I can do that. I can still challenge them. I can still change their views. The person in that meeting where I had to come out, who I made feel very, very embarrassed, ended up expressing condolences when my wife died. And I thought that was a real step for him. And I don't think that would have happened if I had created a different atmosphere between us. So he has come around. So I think it's a complicated question that when we step into it, that we are asking for that diversity to embrace our difference, but we're asked to do the same. And I think other people can recognize that when we do that. And I think it doesn't mean we all agree, and it doesn't mean we even like each other, and we can wish horrible things on each other, but we can still work together. So I don't have a good answer for that question other than that. I have learned a lot, and I think others have learned a lot from my presence on campus. I'll leave it at that. I thought I had more, but that's great.
It's okay. So I will say in my position as director of the union, those preacher fellows, I have to schedule their time on.
I'm so sorry.
You know, like we're like my office and by extension me a lot directly. We're the ones that the students come in to the office and say, why are you allowing this person to be there? And so it gives us really unique opportunities to talk to students about diversity, about in a different perspective than what they're expecting.
Yeah.
Students gasp a lot with the things that we have to communicate with them because of those types of people that come to campus. Also, in our role, we work with the community, where most of our faculty, staff, they are fairly insulated. Our office is not. We did our students were fairly upset a couple of weeks ago because we did an event that is basically the upper 1% of the 1% of Rutherford County. We're all here for a big, let's congratulate each other on how great we are. Event. I mean, it was a great event, and they raised a bunch of money for their cause, but the students were really unhappy. But again, from an educational perspective, we get to have that conversation about this is a different type of person that you are engaging with, and they have to engage with me. I'm a Lego guy. Like, I love Legos. I have a lot as an adult, way more than I had as a child. But I don't know how many of y'all know, there was a diversity set that came out maybe about a year ago, and so of course I had hats, and it sits right up on the top of my shelves in my office. So when people come in and they comment on my Lego sets that are all over my office, they generally make their way to that one at the same time. And so it's really interesting to have those conversations with our community members that I know where they stand politically. I know where they stand on issues concerning me and my family. And when they come in here, they come into my office and they have to sit down and say, is there any way you can squeeze us in for this event between this and this? And I feel like I get to be in a very fun place of being able to say, even though I know you, I'm going to help you, because that's what civil discourse is about. And so sometimes the reactions vary. I've been very fortunate that I have, other than some of our future guests, I have been fortunate to not have what I would consider bad experience with the folks that I work with on a regular basis. So yeah, it can be challenging to sit and know where we had Ann Coulter here last year. You know what I mean? Like, That was somebody that we had, and she was here, and we worked with Turning Point USA, the group that brought her to campus, and we gave them the same level of support and customer service that we would give them. And that's what I try to teach our students, and what I try to project for them to see, that we're at the sub level, we're all human, and we all deserve some level of respect, even though we disagree on some fundamental things.
I'll mention 3 sort of different types of reactions. So there are reactions from others, there are internal reactions, and then I want to sort of like, I guess, positively kind of the reactions that build community. And so thinking about, being out in your life, in your workplace, and in academia, in terms of like navigating reactions from others, I mentioned as a bisexual woman and a femme, like, which in the 1990s, when we didn't have, dating like apps, I would go to lesbian bars, and like everybody would want to like dance with my friend who I'd be there with, and like, I sort of was at the time, but still today, bisexual and femme women weren't considered super trustworthy, within lesbian circles. And so then when I entered into PhD school, and I did that a little bit, later, I didn't just go straight through. I've been playing music and doing activism, and I had songs that were out. I had songs that were like, I think my first bisexual song was, I'd like to indulge myself in secret pleasures. Like, I'd like to taste you on my lips, and it went on. But so when I went into PhD school, my career in sort of studying queer and as well as anti-racist and anti-imperialism sort of rhetoric and communication, but my career was marked by these experiences I had of not really fitting in, with lesbians or like the LGBT, silent B, and then of course the T, there's a lot of issues in the LGBT community. And so I was partnered to a man at that time, and I didn't feel like I was queer enough, despite my own identification. I didn't feel like I was queer enough, and so it really took a while to come around. And so I guess when I say I didn't feel like I was queer enough, that's my internal reaction part to like those reactions I'd received from others all the years. And then I guess the third component, though, like the community kinds of reactions, it's more, it was like building alliances, and I guess essentially that internal reckoning, where I was like, I didn't want to wear makeup for a long time, even though I really wanted to wear makeup, but it was like this struggle, right? And I guess just finally finding myself within that. And so I share that because I imagine that there are people in the audience who are on that journey or will continue to be on that journey. And so kind of embracing my own like right to be queer in the sort of, not gay as in happy, but queer as in FU, sort of queer nation sort of way. It's like, you don't have to be any one way to be queer. And so then strategically building that community with others, I think those are the most important and life affirming kinds of reactions.
Yeah. I think so far as my experience is looking at people's, reactions and stuff, I think I've had more positive ones, but I was also like studying queer stuff very much in queer spaces, like in academia specifically. I have had adverse reactions in like smaller ways from some students, and nobody ever like says anything, but I've had 1 or 2 people with papers where, there was clearly something happening, and dealing with that kind of strategically, talking about, well, we look at this reading, if you have sources to back this up, it would be more, kind of trying to figure out how to, speak with them in a way that's like consistent with being able to build like a good argument and, think critically, but also like use the tools that we're learning and not just going off of personal opinion. I'm trying to think because there are a couple of other small bits. Because I think the one time that I did kind of have a little bit of a back and forth with somebody in academia was before I was out as non-binary. I had a discussion with somebody, and I won't give details just because I don't want to do that, but like back and forth about having they them pronouns explicitly brought up at a particular event. And it was interesting to see that sort of pushback, and but some folks spoke with me at the end and were like, well, we didn't really know how to address that, so we're glad that you did. So sometimes like stepping out and talking about this stuff, even though it's exceedingly awkward in the moment, and this was like earlier on for me, it was before I was out like in whatever spaces as non-binary, but and I also struggled with like social anxiety a whole lot and stuff like that. So that was a big moment for me in terms of that, being able to actually voice my opinion and what have you. But yeah, for the most part, that's been my kind of limited experience, especially being mostly like within MTSU and within like the same department and spaces. So I'm gonna kind of like move questions around a little bit or like reorient, just because I'm just kind of grouping some stuff together. But we've kind of talked about individual reactions a little bit, but I also wanted to ask kind of about like institutions, like how you navigate some of the stuff that might, like, even if there is diversity, but it's not inclusive, that sort of thing. Something that came to my mind when looking at some of this, I had a few different things, but one that I kind of wanted to point out, especially because of something that Tyler brought up earlier about, not just queerness, but also like mental health and neurodiversity, because that's also something that in academia in particular is very hard for me to navigate. I've had anxiety and depression, dealt with like untreated, undiagnosed PTSD my second year of grad school, and have been navigating figuring out what else is up with my head, which is still, unsure, because mental or healthcare is expensive. And on like, I guess MTSU wide, like we do have the center for students where you can get mental health care, but this is my personal experience, and obviously stuff could have changed. This is a few years ago, just like as a caveat. But going there, the person who I spoke with was brilliant and was the first therapist to actually explain dissociation to me. However, I got to see her twice and then was told, oh, here are some people that you can call and get referred to, but I didn't have money or insurance, and especially not for meds. And it's a whole, like, I think this is extra applicable to queer people, especially non-binary people seeking healthcare in Tennessee. Every therapist that I've had I've either not been out to them or have had to send them pamphlets and information about like pronouns, like the most base level, I think. So even though that's not, directly like academia, that's still the mentality. And I think that there's also, within academia in particular, the like kind of constantly going deadlines kind of a thing. I've been doing some personal processing myself, looking at all this, and I really don't know how I survived grad school without like a hospitalization. So in that way, and I know that this is like, it's not about being queer or being out as queer, but like it does intersect in a really important way, just because there are higher instances of mental health problems in the queer community. So it still definitely is a queer issue. I don't really have thoughts on necessarily how to navigate that, just because it's kind of a hole in that regard. I think that reworking some of our essential framework around academia is necessary to kind of address some of that. But that's kind of outside of the scope. That's just kind of something that occurred to me while looking at this. So if anybody else wants to share experiences with blocks that they've found on a more institutional level, whether that's, you know, larger blocks or just the difference between diversity and inclusion, and how you've navigated that or would recommend navigating that.
So if I can jump in. I actually led a workshop. I'm at the Society for Linguistic Anthropology conference, and I led a workshop on this very topic yesterday. And since I prepared the slides for that workshop yesterday morning, I've been thinking about this a lot in the last 24 hours about diversity and inclusion within the university as an institution, both an intellectual institution, but also a material institution. And something that I think is really interesting that we still see today when we're talking about diversity and inclusion is the word excellence. So Bill Readings has a really interesting book that was published posthumously in 1996 called The University in Ruins. And even then he's talking about how in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, universities start using the word excellence as sort of this vacuous selling point for, look, we're doing diversity and inclusion and it makes us excellent. And this is why you should come here. At the University of Tennessee back in 2016, when the state legislature defunded the Pride Center. The Pride Center's funding was redirected into scholarships for Black men in STEM. And so what you see there is sort of that excellent diversity coming out as sort of this tacit administrative ideology of diversity is Black and gay, and you can't be both. So we have to have one or the other to be excellent in diversity and inclusion. And so I think in an institutional sense, when we look at how the university as a material institution, so not just an intellectual institution, is trying to sell diversity and inclusion, I think we see that diversity and inclusion isn't something that can be sold. And so the very approach to diversity and inclusion in most of higher education today needs to radically change in the first place before we can even begin to have genuine inclusion, let alone intersectional inclusion.
Anybody else want to jump in?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Because you're getting out of time, I want to ask. I know it's weird to come in from outside and ask a question, but I'm watching. I worry with my students about imposter syndrome a lot, where even the graduate students are like, well, will they accept me? And I'm like, you're a member of the academy just like everybody else. Do you think LGBT plus exacerbates that feeling that like this is their institution and do we really belong? And are we licensed to speak in this environment? Is that something that y'all think about or confront?
I would say yes, and while that hasn't been like as large of a struggle for me, given various forms of privilege, I've literally built a queer community in my field, like I said, and so I'm close to a lot of people who I think have that struggle more. And one of the ways that this works academically, when people are pursuing an academic career and they're on the job market, is that people who do LGBT stuff, it's like, oh, that's too narrow. We're looking for something broader. And that's like, everything's narrow when you have a PhD, but not everything is labeled as narrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I want to add, and it's not really adding, I'm sorry, I may take it in a different direction. In an institution like mine, and I'm going to get back to the visibility as well. Well, I suffer from imposter syndrome, so I'm kind of hypocritical when I say this. But what I try to do in my institution and in my classroom is when I walk in the door, they have a sense that I know what I'm doing, and that I've been doing this a long time, and that they have confidence that we can both get through this, because I teach a lot of writing, and writing will break you down like nothing else when you're learning how to write. But there is a sense that you know, I've got this for you. And I remember, and the other thing, when I remember going to college myself, is I grew up, my parents were high school dropouts, and I grew up in a trailer park. And when I went to, and you get a whole set of stereotypes, not of just of you, but of how you see the world as well. And when I went to college, I was seeing really smart women, educated women, for the first time in my life. And I had never been taught that was, and they were like normal people. And that was like the shock to me, because I thought, you know, when you get like really educated, you're going to be crazy. But they were just really normal people. And I remember what an influence that was, and it helped me to kind of embrace that I was a smart person. I'm smart and I can do these things. I still have some imposter because of the other stuff I mentioned. But I think that it works the same way with other facets of yourself as well, is that this was the first time I'd seen smart, educated women who were like regular, normal, happy people. And I think the same thing happens with LGBTQ community as well, is when you see confident, smart, happy people, then that opens up some doors. And I think that I think it's a way, it may not break down the imposter syndrome because, you know, gender's involved, class is involved, all those other things. But I think that it helps. And I know when I see my LGBTQ students, many of them, they step up and they do the work. And it's just so touching to see that, to know the backgrounds many of them have come from, but that they're like, I can do this. So I think that it is, I think it's important for us, even though we ourselves might be carrying around the imposter syndrome, not to let it show, because I do think simply by example, I think it can affect the way they see themselves, these possibilities of who they could be. Yeah.
Imposter syndrome to me is one of the worst things because it blames the person who feels like the imposter. What is this system and like this where we live and what we have dealt with that really is what created the problem. And I hate to see someone, I mean, of course it's nice, we all feel that way sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you feel like that when you're so clearly so confident.
Well, and with my students, I tell them, here's the metaphor. And again, I'm probably going to say something that may sound mildly offensive, so my apology about that. But I say, you know, many of you have this voice in the back of your head that says, you can't do this, that you're not smart enough. I said, what I want you to do is to think about, you have a drunk uncle, and he's been drinking in the kitchen, and he's yelling insults at you. You don't have to believe him. And he can just squawk all he wants about this. That doesn't mean it has any value. It doesn't mean anything. He's just being drunk over there. And you can just let it go. You don't have to even fight it. Just let him yell in the kitchen, because he's probably not going to stop until he passes out. And so I think that might be a way. It's like, you know, just sort of embrace that imposter syndrome. And it sort of, I think it loses some of its power when you do that, to understand this is a thing that's happening. It's not true. It doesn't mean you don't feel it, but that doesn't mean it's true. I mean, you just have to kind of learn to kind of coexist with it, I think. Because we do have a culture that really does, you know, you're getting, yeah. Those messages sink in, even if you're aware of them, they still sink in, they still do their poison. But it's the drunk uncle.
So kind of moving on, since we are a little bit short on time, but the next question is about policy versus reality. Policies are critical and well-intended to start, but they don't automatically assure widespread practice and substantial impact on culture. So what are some of the ways that we can make sure that these policies are actually enacted in a way that in practice works well? Are there any practices or policies that you've seen that work really well, or different ways that, you know, on the top level administration or like personally, you know, on multiple levels, how can we make sure that we're getting the most out of the policies that are there?
I'll say just because we have only about a minute, only about a minute. Coming into issue, honestly, there has been a good experience on my part with the community and the institution's teachers. Pretty much every class I've gone into, the teachers asked, what is your name? What is your pronouns? They've respected my name before and after it was changed legally. They've always respected my pronouns. I think as long as institutions are willing to respect their students and their lives and their names and their pronouns, are willing to give them a place like the bathrooms to go to, allow for the community organizations or associations like Lambda or things like Tennessee Equality Project to be active on the campus, is also another way that they can just allow for the inclusion and diversity. Tyler?
So with policy, so policy versus reality, and as a linguist, I'm really interested that you brought up pronouns. So we always have to be careful with context, because on paper, asking your students as a teacher for their pronouns at the beginning of the semester looks like the gold star standard of diversity and inclusion. But if you put students in that position when they're maybe not comfortable in that space, or they don't know who their peers are, they don't want to out themselves, but they don't want to have to pretend to be someone they're not. In practice, context really matters. And so I think it's important when we're implementing policy and we're trying to sort of have policy have its intended effect, we need to be really cognizant of the context in which we're implementing policy and sort of adapting to the situation as it comes up.
I'll add a quick thing because I know we're running out of time. Here's how policies work in colleges. They are check marks for the people at the top, and they are promises for the people, for the rest of us. And so you've got to hold people to their promises. And I'll give a really quick example. Again, it's the evangelist, because it's that time of year. I expect any day to hear from him. So our president said, well, our students just need to avoid him, just walk around. And I said, it's not that easy. And it also, it's just not a healthy response to say that to people, just ignore him. I said, so I had the president come to a meeting, a committee meeting, and I had a former student of mine who had been really distressed by what the evangelist had said to her 10 years earlier, and wrote a letter. And I said, I will read this to the president. So the president came to our meeting, president of the college, and he's someone who means well. And he is essentially not a bad person, but he's got some blind spots. So you all know the kind of person I'm talking about in the delicate terms that I just used. There are things he is oblivious to. And our job is to make him not oblivious. So he came to this meeting, I had my letter, and I said, I would like to read this letter to you to explain why we need you to do these things to sort of help with the evangelist visit, to protect his right to speak and to protect our students, to protect our students. And I said, you might want to sit down. And he said, no, I'll stand up. So I started reading this letter. It was 2 pages. And he was behind me. And I read it, and it was my student talking about, she still remembers the words. She still remembers how it made her feel 10 years later. And we'd also gotten messages from other students who said they were going to leave the college because the appearance was that the college supported this and believed what this person was saying, because there was absolutely zero response from the administration. So apparently he had to stand there for a good while I read this. And one of my colleagues from the meeting afterwards said, you should have seen his face. He was so uncomfortable because he couldn't sit down at that point because he had already decided he was going to stand up. But you could tell that he was hearing something he had never heard before because the policy was a checkbox for him. It wasn't a person. And so after that, we were able to do some things to address it. We had signs put up that said the college does not, neither condones nor, anyway, just sort of saying this person is not a spokesperson for the college. There were a couple of other things we were able to put into place. And it only happened because that policy became human. It was humanized. Policies are checkboxes. They make people feel good. We're being diverse. We're being inclusive. No, you're not. And you've got to just hound them and give them examples of human beings who are harmed by this. Because if their self-image holds up, and this is the strategy I use all the time, if someone thinks they're a good person, I want them to live up to that. And this requires, to maintain their self-image, this requires that they do something about the problem that I'm bringing to them. So I will use their self-image against them and ask them to live up to the things that they claim to believe. And not just to mark it off and say, you know, whatever. And I'll add one more quick thing. When a straight person says toughen up and deal with it, that's bullshit. When someone from our community says you can get through this, that's different. And I want to make sure that my institution understands the difference between those two things.
I have nothing to add to that. Sorry. No, I was gonna say it. I mean, that I think that really articulates for the people participating in this today, the way that universities view policies, because it's just a checkbox. The thing that I will add is read the policy and make it work for you.
Yeah.
Because most of the time there's a way, if you're needing to get something done or try to push an envelope or something, there's probably a way in that pot to work inside the policy and still accomplish it.
Yeah, and I'll add, it took 5 years to get our non-discrimination statement expanded to include orientation. And that's because we changed a policy that meant we had to change another policy, that meant we had to change another one and another one and another one until finally we got what we wanted. It took 5 years to do it. But that was the thing. It was check boxes for others. But we were making sure those policies were in place, knowing full well that it would require this next thing to happen. So policies are check boxes for them, but they don't have to be for you. And you can use their own self-image against them.
I would say institutionally that, of course, in order to support students, in order to support LGBT+ students, we have to support faculty, and we have to deliberately hire and support gender diverse and historically marginalized faculty. And we have to recognize the extra labor that they do in their scholarship in an embodied manner. And we have to change our evaluation metrics. There's a lot of things that need to change. And I will share that my queer mentor and friend and beloved advisor about a year ago died by suicide. Daniel Brower from Arizona State University looked up his scholarship on AIDS, rhetoric, counterpublic, social movements. He's amazing. But guess what? Not as many people are reading about AIDS as they might be reading about, I don't know, organizational work management, right? So you have to recognize that that's still important and it can't be counted in the same way. And some scholarship takes more time and some relational labor takes more time. And we've heard that multiple students take classes with Dr. McCoy over and over, right? And I imagine Dr. McCoy mentors those students, and that relational labor is huge. And institutions really need to be talking about this a lot more so that they don't lose more of their members to suicide, because each of those students that faculty member was helping become themselves, like they matter.
Thank you all so much. I'm sure that we're past out of time at this point, but yeah, thank you all for being on here. And if anybody has any last minute statements, now would be the time. But other than that, I think that just about wraps this up.
For our committee, our panelists, on behalf of the conference, we would love to present you with a token of our appreciation and taking the next step forward. Tyler, you and
you can just put mine on the keyboard.
Do that on this laptop.
Oh, that's lovely.
All right, thank you again for.
We have one more thing to do, and that's the conference closing. And the most important part of the conference closing is to go on your device, go on the conference webpage. And in the hamburger menu on the left side, depending on what size device you're on, is an evaluation link. Please fill out the evaluation now. You can take it home later, but you know you won't do it if you don't do it. And then if y'all want to talk about the conference, I would love to have a little just chat session until 5 o'clock. If you want to take a quick break first. That's all we got left. Right?
And then you'll work soon.
Well, the dinner, but I'm saying you're gonna go home and take a shower, whatever you plan to do, get your fancy clothes on. So Zoom, thank you, Tyler.
See y'all.
Zoom, please fill out an evaluation, but otherwise we're gonna shut this down on the Zoom. And then there's a dinner link that's gonna open up for the dinner if you want to come back and join us for the dinner. So thank y'all very much. Well, you're gonna have to cook your own dinner, but you can watch the ceremony. So, all right. Thank y'all for joining us on Zoom.